the City of Daly City regular City Council meeting on Monday, April 26, 2021. Pursuant to Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-29-20, members of the Daly City Council and staff will participate in this meeting via teleconference. Members of the public are encouraged to watch the meeting via live stream, City Council meeting live stream at http://bit.ly/dalycity APR26. May we have call this meeting to order and let's all rise for the pledge to flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. May we have roll call, please?
Mr. Buenaventura,
Present.
Dr. Rod,
Here.
Ms. Di Giovanni,
Present.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester present.
Ms. Manalo.
Present. Thank you very much. Moving on to our presentation. So I just want to make a comment that I will be moving per request of some members here to move public comment to the front of the agenda. Public comment is usually at the end of the meeting, but we have a lengthy, agenda, and so you don't have to wait until the very end. At this time, what we'll do is we'll move on to our presentations, and right after presentations, we'll move into public comment. At this point, we are moving on with our first proclamation for May 2021 as Mental Health Month. This proclamation is for Mental Health Awareness Month, May 2021, whereas mental health and freedom from substance use is fundamental to overall health and well-being of all community members in San Mateo, regardless of gender, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, religion, or economic status. Whereas mental health and substance abuse use condition effects on one in four adults in the United States in 2019. Estimates suggest that 1 in 4 adults with mental health condition are not receiving the help they need. And whereas mental health and substance use conditions are as treatable as other health conditions, and people who have mental health and substance use issues can recover and lead full, productive lives. And whereas stigma prevents many from seeking services and support, education, and contact with those sharing stories of hope and recovery are key to reducing this stigma. And whereas the 2021 May Mental Health Month, MHM, focuses on the theme Hope for Change. The past year has brought unanticipated changes, leaving us to face these challenges and transform. Hope for Change reminds us to spread hope and rely on the hope that carried us through a year of change. And whereas stigma and fear of discrimination from others, including employers, prevent many who would benefit from mental health services from seeking help. And whereas the behavioral health and recovery services staff, community partners and clients, consumers, and family members dedicate themselves to promoting wellness, resilience, recovery, inclusion, and equity around mental health and substance use conditions and issues. Therefore, I, Mayor Justin Manalo, and the members of City Council do hereby proclaim May 2021 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Daly City and called upon its community members and partners to recommit to reducing stigma and promoting wellness around mental health and substance use issues in the city of Daly City. Thank you very much. And we have Commissioner Chris Rasmussen from the San Mateo County Mental Health and Substance Abuse Recovery Commission, and also Stephanie Ballon and Christy Morales from the Filipino Mental Health Initiative of San Mateo County. Mr. Rasmussen?
Thank you. On behalf of the Commission and the Mental Health Planning Committee, thank you for recognizing May 2021 as Mental Health Month.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Filipino Mental Health Initiative of San Mateo County, I'd like to thank you for recognizing and proclaiming May as Mental Health Awareness Month. I just wanted to take a moment to talk about FMHI and the work that we do. If for those who are unfamiliar, we are one of 9 health equity initiatives in San Mateo County that carries out wellness and mental health outreach in underserved communities. And we've been around for 15 years. Just to highlight our mission, that we aim to improve the well-being of the Filipina OX community by reducing stigma, increasing access to culturally appropriate wellness services, as well as empowering community through outreach and engagement, and addressing issues that are impacting the wellness of our community. And I'd like to hand it off to Stephanie Ballon.
Thank you, Christy. Hi, thank you again, Mayor Jocelyn Manalo and Daly City Council members. This proclamation could not have been more timely given the increase of overall anxiety and depression and collective trauma due to the pandemic fatigue and increased visibility of violence and harm to our BIPOC communities, including the recent deaths of Angela Quinto and Roger Allen. With the ways that we are disproportionately impacted by these backdrops of injustices, there's feelings of emotions ranging from anger to helplessness. So we need this. Given that North San Mateo County has one of the highest concentrations of the Asian American Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders, and May as API Heritage Month, with this declaration of an entire month dedicated to focusing on mental health and wellness, we can bring to light the urgency to address the needs of our folks who are suffering, especially our AA and HPI populations with anti-Asian violence on the rise, especially against our elders. We are grateful for this recognition of the importance of improving the mental health and wellness for our people cross-culturally. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Christy and Stephanie and Chris, for joining us this evening and for all your work around support for mental health in our communities. And we know how important it is to continually to have these resources for our communities. We've seen the rise and need for it during this pandemic, and really need to push for more services in this regard. And thank you for all being on the front lines in that regard. Any of my colleagues have any comments, I offer it to them at this juncture. Seeing none. Oh,
Thank you, Leilani. Yeah, I just want to thank you for a proclamation and know that, you know, like you said, COVID has really impacted everyone. We don't even know the full effects. We just know that even the children of all ages, people that I speak to on the phone, they actually have never experienced such anxiety or depression or the desire for substance abuse or things of that nature. And appreciate all the healthcare workers and the mental health care workers that are out there, the social workers and the community that have connected one another, and that even like all these Zooms, I know that even has affected everyone. So not socializing and not being in relationships That is a big impact in the children of all ages. And this is just something that's going to have to transcend and keep going. And we need to support our Daly City Youth Center, all the county health, behavioral, for all communities, our LGBTQ community, transgender communities, everything, everyone. They already had enough suffering and we need to support everyone. So no matter what is going on in their life, it is exacerbated. And to be there for them is so important. So I appreciate all of you. I know that you're overworked and don't think your work does go undone, because you actually have saved a lot of lives. That I've been in touch with people, and your conversations and your due diligence in our Filipino community, in our Hispanic community, with our Latino community, with everyone, that has really helped them a lot. And I truly, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate everything you guys do and continue to do. And you do deserve the support. Thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member DiGiovanni. At this point, we'll pull up our next proclamation proclaiming May 1, 2021 as Global Love Day from the Vice President of the Love Foundation. And the proclamation states Global Love Day, May 1st, 2021. The Love Foundation, a nonprofit organization, has announced Global Love Day to facilitate in establishing love and peace on our planet. Whereas Global Love Day will establish a worldwide focus towards unconditionally loving each other as we love ourselves. And whereas we are one humanity on this planet, and whereas all life is interconnected and interdependent, and whereas all share in this universal bond of love, and whereas love begins with self-acceptance and forgiveness, and whereas with respect and compassion we embrace diversity, and whereas together we make a difference through love. Whereas the Love Foundation invites mankind to declare May 1st, 2021 as Global Love Day, a day of forgiveness and unconditional love. Global Love Day will act as a model for all of us to follow each and every day. Now, therefore, I, Jocelyn Manalo, Mayor, and the members of City Council of Daly City hereby proclaim May 1st, 2021 as Global Love Day in Daly City. And we invite all citizens to observe this day, which honors a public cause for global love, world peace, and universal joy. And do we have Mr. Goltz? Is Mr. Goltz here to accept? If he is no longer here, we will send that over to him. Thank you very much. And now we have the honor to introduce Daly City's first Youth Poet Laureate, Madeleine Herr, who's here with us. It's very exciting to see young people really be able to use their voice. And we know that it was just announced a couple of weeks ago, and we're excited to hear you have one of your poems here this evening to share with us, and look forward to seeing you also in many more events to share and grace your lyricism and your poetry.
Thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm extremely honored and excited to be working with the Daly City Public Library Associates. And it's really amazing all the work they've done to support the local libraries in the community and the funds they've raised. Tonight, I will be sharing my poem, Voices of Youth. We must have fresh air to breathe life into unsaid words, but instead kept silent in this detention of naivete. They say our disenfranchisement is our disengagement. Though this cabin fever drowns us from head to toe, vents and pipes carry our harmonized protests like a bugle call, tapping our feet to unbearable drum beats of click to repost we know so well. We see process and result through split screens of 30 seconds, of 60, of 5. Feverish fingerprints press until screen walls shake. Outside, the diorama presents the stories of our future without our consent. We rewrite the script and determine the path of the lines on our palms that speak of our destiny. With squirming zeal, our knees we straighten, our speeches we heighten, our bonds we strengthen. Fever spreads like bushfire. Listen to the rising degrees of anxious desire. Hear perched pictures twitter, whose chains pull us as one. Our anthemic chants rise, it cracks the walls. We step outside. Pencils as swords, we carve the sheets. Press out impatience in triangular crease. Tireless endeavors bent to make corners meet. Wrap the strength of our grit to combat rough winds. Curve avidity into the sharpness of its neck. Unravel tangled words and fold it into wings. Spread it wide, and we make it soar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madeleine. Beautiful words, and thank you for joining us this evening. And we look forward to hearing more from you in the coming months. And congratulations to being the very first Youth Poet Laureate in the city of Daly City. At this time, if any of my colleagues want to address Ms. Herr, I open up the floor.
Madam Mayor.
Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you. So great to see you, Madeleine. And to be the very first one in our history, you're making quite a name for yourself, and your words are very empowering in quite a lot of competition, but not for you. You headed to the top and they selected you, and everybody did such a great job, great event, and looking for your representation. And your words are meaningful, powerful, and everyone knows words matter and where they come from, and they come from youth, and that needs to be supported. So you have our full support, and we will have different times to engage with you, and looking forward to it as well. And keep up the great work. You're such an inspiration to all ages, and listening is key for all of us. So thank you very much, and you're empowering. Thank you. Thank you, Madeleine. Bravo. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember DiGiovanni. Any other comments?
Mayor, I would like to comment as well. Thank you, Mayor. Madeleine, thank you for your words. There's a quote that I use in a lot of my courses, and I said, language is the house of being. And when you have multiple ways of expressing yourself, either through your own native tongue or through written word, it gives more aspects and nuances to the world that we understand and the hopes and dreams that we can become. And congratulations on becoming the first Youth Poet Laureate.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Das Magwal. Seeing no more comments, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again, Madeleine. Much appreciated. Yeah. At this time, we will be moving up public comment right before the approval of the minutes. And I will, prior to me public comment, I just want to say thank you for all being here today. There will be a raise hand feature. Your name will be called when it's your turn. I will have Leilani Ramos, our staff, that will be facilitating this, as I think the raise hand feature will be moving accordingly with when you raise your hand. So I want to thank you all for coming and taking the time to speak at our city council about the April 7th police incident. You know, I grew up in Daly City and I'm raising my children here. And the very fact that this happened in the neighborhood I grew up in is devastating. I send my deepest condolences to the family here this evening and the loved ones of Roger Allen. I know that so many are hurting and there is pain, frustration, and grief. At the next council agenda, body cameras will be on the agenda so we can expedite this as soon as possible if my colleagues are in agreement. I know how important this is for our community. And as mayor of Daly City, I wanted the police officers' names today from Chief Hensley. And not many of you know this, but I have asked staff from the onset. It was the consensus of the council to release the names no later than Wednesday with a press release. And at this point, Leilani, please call the first speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. The first we have on the list is Million Tess. Please unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Milian Kaladi, and I am demanding transparency, accountability, and answers for the events that led to the murder of Roger Allen by the Daly City Police Department. Mayor Manalo and Daly City Council members, you are responsible for ensuring justice, transparency, and leadership in the case of the murder of Roger Allen at the hands of Daly City Police. I also grew up in Daly City, and I am horrified by these incidents, horrified how the facts have been hidden from the public and the family. And I demand that you listen and you do right by the family of Roger Allen in the name of justice, not only for Roger Allen, his children and his family, but also for the whole community. So release and fire the names of all the officers at the scene involved at the shooting of Roger Allen. Release any relevant video footage or audio recordings by the Daly City Police from sources or cameras of residents to the family, and hire a neutral third party to conduct an investigation. There is no confidence in the DA, who has not charged any police killings, including the murder of my childhood friend, CV, who was tased to death by Millbrae Police in 2018. We demand transparency, we demand accountability, and we demand that you, city officials, do the right thing now. Rest in peace to Roger Allen.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Nick Ojapinti.
Yeah, yes. By the way, is this being recorded? I'm not sure if I see the live indicator in the corner. I would like to say I'm speaking at this meeting tonight to express my continued concern as well regarding the police shooting and killing of Roger Allen. He lost his life at the hands of DCPD officers nearly 3 weeks ago, and yet we still have not learned the names of the officers and the people involved in his death, nor have we seen any action to call on the San Mateo County District Attorney or DCPD Police Chief to immediately address this issue. Not only has our city's police department refused to cooperate with basic procedure and transparency that we routinely see in these cases locally and nationally, our county's DA has continued to conduct his work without regard to current and recommended best practices in law enforcement and repeated calls for an independent investigation. The entire city council is responsible for addressing this and taking appropriate action in a timely manner. In the wake of several high-profile cases of police violence involving the killing of Black, Latinx, and Filipino members of communities nationwide, and heightened attention to address ongoing violence targeting the Asian American community, it is not only difficult to understand what is taking so long to provide this transparency, it is outrageous that the family of Roger Allen and the community are left looking answers for where the council has decided to wait up to 2 months for this information to be released. This could have been prioritized as an item on tonight's meeting agenda or addressed at any time of the special meeting. It is not only disrespectful to the family and community, it reflects the level of neglect and intentional lack of transparency that raises questions about the integrity of our local law enforcement and political officials in charge of addressing and handling this investigation. Local media outlets have covered the issue for 2 weeks, in the wake of this tragedy, and yet also have received none of the critical information called for beyond vague statements of concern and a clear delay of action for public officials. As a fellow public official serving on our local high school board, I have shared this concern publicly with the council and community, and I was surprised to not see this item raised as a priority tonight. The family, city, and community deserves better from its elected leadership at the city and county level. Police violence is real, it exists in our city, and it is your duty to address it clearly and directly with decisions and public policy changes long overdue here and throughout our county. Police body cameras are only one part of the question around police transparency and accountability. The family and community have a right to know the names of the officers and the individuals involved in a police shooting and killing, a right to an impartial, independent investigation outside of DCPD or DA's office, and the immediate release of any and all information relevant to the case, including a public statement from every one of our local elected council members addressing this case. Public comment at city council meetings should not be the only platform for addressing these issues. City and county elected officials should be using their platform not to protect or elevate their public profile, but to serve our community and provide the advocacy and protection of civil rights the public has elected them to do. That's our job, the one we have taken an oath to do. It means speaking up when it's controversial and saying and doing something when and where it counts. As a city council, you have a duty to address these allegations, these legal questions with public policy. And if you do not have answers, it's your job to find them. Youth and community have been working hard to do this by taking a stand, exercising their civil rights and protest, education, and policy advocacy that has pushed our world to grow amid a pandemic, a presidential election, and a year of progressive political change. They are right, and they have every right to expect and demand justice in this case and all lives taken by police violence. I echo that call for justice and step with the demands of the family and community and demand immediate action and justice for Roger Allen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next we have is Eddie Holman.
My name is Eddie Holman, and I'm calling in from South San Francisco because I'm horrified about the killing of Roger Allen by the Daly City Police in the ensuing cover-up by the Daly City Council. In the 16 days since Roger Allen's life was taken by Daly City Police, there has been nothing but anti-democratic and bizarre suppression of the truth. We saw these same tactics tonight when Daly City Council chose to discuss this killing in secret within a closed session, denying the public the ability to hear what is happening. We do not accept your too little too late statement on the matter, Mayor Manalo. There have been 2 general meetings, including today, and no agenda items were added to discuss anything about the issue of Roger Allen being killed by Daly City Police. In fact, you could have called an emergency meeting, but you chose not to. So tonight I'm calling in to demand justice for Roger Allen. Roger Allen was a 44-year-old man, a brother, and a father. He was shot and killed in broad daylight by Daly City Police on April 7th, 19 days ago. The community still knows very little about what happened that day because the City Council of Daly City, the Daly City Police Department, and the District Attorney of San Mateo County have refused to demonstrate basic transparency and accountability and have instead focused on suppressing the truth. This is an absolute failure of government, and all public officials involved must be held responsible for their actions. And that includes city manager that failed to implement body cameras and the police chief who failed to implement body cameras. 19 days later, the public has been denied a baseline of information regarding this act of extreme violence. Today, I'm demanding the city of Daly City to release the names of all officers that were at the scene and involved in the shooting of Roger Allen, identify the 2 people in the car with Roger Allen, release any relevant video footage or audio recordings collected by Daly City Police from police sources or cameras of residents, hire a neutral third party to conduct this investigation of all officers involved in the killing of Roger Allen. This is to ensure transparency and to avoid the conflicted interest of Daly City Police and the San Mateo County DA. Killer cops can't investigate killer cops. Adopt body-worn cameras immediately and without additional funding. And I repeat, without additional funding. Daly City ignored a grand jury recommendation in 2016 telling them to implement body cameras. Daly City said they didn't have the money yet. Between 2016 and 2020, they spent $130 million in taxpayer funds and still have no cameras. That is a disgrace. That is a failure. The absence of any public-facing urgency or action on the killing of Roger Allen is a damning indictment of Daly City Council. I'm not sure if this represents extreme cowardice, ineptitude, or a sinister plan to defend police at all costs. Ultimately, these actions will be remembered on the wrong side of history. Mayor Joseph Manalo, Vice Mayor Rod Daus Magboal, Council Members Sylvester, Di Giovanni, and Bonaventura, you will all be remembered as the public officials who betrayed the trust of the community in defense of a violent police force that took away the life of Roger Allen. It's
Thank you for your comments. While the timer is not working today, you are limited to 2 minutes, just in essence of time, and that there are a lot of public comments to be heard. Upon your 2 minutes, you will be muted. Thank you for your understanding. Next, we have Sabrina Brennan.
I'm Sabrina Brennan, and my mother lived in Daly City for years before moving to Half Moon Bay. I'm concerned about an apparent lack of respect for Daly City residents. In the spirit of diversity, equity, and inclusion, please move general public comment to the beginning of all City Council meetings now and in the future. To obtain a Zoom link for this City Council meeting, the city required members of the public to provide their home address. Please remove the address requirement from the city registration form. City Council members, City Council meetings are open to everyone. This is important. Please stop requiring members of the public to provide their home address in exchange for a Zoom link. Based on the civil grand jury's 2016 report, we know that body cameras are needed and extremely overdue. Because the Daly City Police Chief and City Manager have not instituted body cams and released the names of the officers involved with Roger Allen's April 7th killing, I'm deeply concerned. For these reasons and others, I request that the City Council terminate the City Manager and the Chief of Police. Additionally, I request that the City Council follow the positive example set by the City of Half Moon Bay by requesting that the Attorney General conduct an investigation into Roger Allen's killing. Many of us do not have confidence in the District Attorney, Steve Wagstaff's ability to do his job fairly. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Cesar Rodriguez.
Hello, I spent my formative years growing up in Daly City. In childhood, I spent my childhood right near Marchbanks Park and attended Woodrow Wilson, where I believe Mayor Manalo attended school. I grew up where Mr. Allen's life was taken by DCPD. As children, we were exposed to things that we should not have experienced, yet DCPD never left us feeling safe. We heard the stories of what they did to older kids and adults in our neighborhood. Instead, we were more likely to find support, safety, and refuge in the various Parks and Rec Department offerings in the public library. The clubhouse at the corner of Miriam and Parkview Avenue, 3 doors down from my house. The Midnight Basketball League at War Memorial. Later, the Teen Center that was just below Marchbanks Park. Sadly, more importantly, these were all programs that hired local community members, pillars of the community like Steve Waters. Sadly, all these spaces have been leveled and or become sites of new development, as Daly City is catering to developer profits and not the well-being of the people who live there. Least of all, top of the hill Daly City. Mr. Allen should be alive today. DCPD stopped the vehicle he was in allegedly for a flat tire, and within 15 minutes he was shot and killed. The aftermath: his children will grow up without a father. His working class family is now further burdened as they mourn his passing. Community members are beyond concerned. The city faces a crisis of legitimacy. Elected officials are scrambling to preserve their political careers by ducking popular demands for transparency and justice and preserve a status quo that mass produces premature death. And let's think about it. I bet you that tire is still flat. Look at all these negative consequences. Look at all the costs that we're paying. I want you to imagine a world where our public tax dollars are actually invested to solve problems, not create considerably more. I join the demand.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Marcella. Please state your full name for the record.
Yeah, my name's Marcella and I'm calling in and I just want to echo, I think Sabrina just went and she said that she wants the termination of the city manager and the police chief, and I completely support that idea. The communication and the little story you guys have going on about this killing is just really ridiculous, and I think we need more transparency. And I just want to echo like most of what other people have said, but I think that it's just ridiculous that we've had to wait this long to even have a chance to talk about it from our city council. And recently in Alameda, the police killed a man, and within days, the city council had an emergency meeting and has hired a third party to investigate. We cannot trust our DA. He has not charged any police with killings. And it's just, how many more killers do we need on the streets? We need people that will look at this with a neutral perspective, because we cannot have cops monitor the cops. The DA needs the police to, like, he works with the police, so how can we trust him to make a decision about whether what the police did is right or wrong? It just doesn't make any sense. And with the city council, like, it's too little too late. You can't come on here and say, oh, like, it's love day, it's mental health day, and just ignore the fact that it's killing and, you know, police abuse on our streets. Like, I don't know what you're thinking when you're saying that. And like, I think your little posts on social media historically, even now looking back, are just performative. You can't say rest in peace George Floyd and then stay silent about a Black man getting killed in your own neighborhood. Like, what is that about? Like, you are the mayor, you are in charge, you and the city manager are in charge of the police department and the police chief, and to let them like continue this narrative is ridiculous.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Devontae. Please state your full name for the record.
My name is Devontae, and first and foremost, I just want to give my condolences to Roger Allen's family, his friends, his loved ones, to our whole community here. I'm a Black man, and I grew up in South City. I currently live out here in Daly City, and I'm horrified. I'm angry that the city that I live in and I take pride in living in, because it's so diverse, right? And just a disappointment and just a heartbreak that y'all are literally not providing transparency and accountability from a Black man that lost his life. And he was a person, he mattered. And that was, you know, what was echoed earlier, how this is, you know, May is going to be mental health month, excuse me. What about our community that's been going through vicarious trauma? You know, I'm a social worker, so I see vicarious trauma every day with clients, going through so much trauma, going through so much struggle, so much mental health struggles. I see trauma here right now. I feel it. And I don't see why city council members, why y'all don't see it. Roger Allen's life mattered. You can't just say one thing, how mental health matters and how important that is and how it affects everybody, but you're not understanding how when a Black man is shot in our neighborhood, in our own backyard, how you wouldn't be transparent with that. You wouldn't be open to talk about that, to discuss how traumatizing and how messed up that is. And you're not doing anything about it.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Ethan Mizzi.
Can you hear me? Sorry. Good evening, Mayor Manalo, Vice Mayor Daus-Magwal, and members of the City Council. My name is Ethan Mizzi, and I'm a resident of South San Francisco who frequents Daly City, and I'm on the executive board of the Peninsula Young Democrats. I believe the city needs to be completely transparent about the killing of Roger Allen by the Daly City Police Department and the investigation into thereof. I believe Daly City should comply with the 2016 civil grand jury recommendations and require all active duty police officers to wear body cameras at all time. It is in the Peninsula Young Democrats policy platform that we believe public safety systems should keep all residents safe from harm, prioritize de-escalation, and hold law enforcement accountable to the communities that they serve, and that municipalities should redirect funds away from law enforcement and towards supportive services. How can we demand justice and keep our cities and law enforcement accountable to the people if there is no transparency? The Peninsula Young Democrats would like the city of Daly City and its city council to be as open and transparent as possible in regards to the killing of Roger Allen by your police department less than a month ago. Before I yield my time, I would also like to say that I'm deeply disappointed in Council members Sylvester and Buenaventura for turning their cameras off in this public meeting. You're beholden to the people, so face what they have to say. It's political, it's cowardice to do that. Thank you, I yield my time. Have a nice evening.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Hannah Blair.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Blair. I live, work, and vote in Daly City. And I'm also commenting to express my deep disappointment in the city's handling of the police murder of Roger Allen. From the unconscionably slow release of information to the obvious reluctance of DA Wagstaff to hold DCPD accountable in any way, to the ineffectual statements from the mayor and the city council, to the shifting of the official story, Roger Allen was mentioned in the context of Mental Health Month just now. Is that the story now? To Mayor Manalo's proposal tonight of body cams as a solution. As others have mentioned, a grand jury recommended body cams for DCPD 5 years ago. And since that time, DCPD has spent $130 million on other stuff. How can we trust this department to investigate itself? And of course, the biggest problem with the whole thing is that Roger Allen should still be alive today. I'm appalled and sickened, but not shocked. Racist, anti-Black police violence is endemic to the United States, and we are no exception. We may have a diversity statement on the agenda this evening, but this murder and the callous handling of it by city officials demonstrates how much work needs to be done before our ideals approach reality. This is the second city council meeting since Roger Allen's death. When are we all going to talk about this? When will there be consequences? When will there be an independent investigation? When will our leaders show leadership? When will there be justice for Roger Allen?
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Nicole T. Please state your full name for the record.
Hello, my name is Nicole. I'm calling from Pacifica. And first, I want to give my condolences to Roger Allen's family. We are demanding transparency, accountability, and answers for the events that led to the execution of Roger Cornelius Allen from the Daly City Police Department. I am deeply disappointed in this city. The Daly City Police have been historically racist and have been killing the members of our community. I'm deeply disappointed in hearing about a May Mental Health Month. How are we helping the mental health of our community members? The vicarious trauma that we are all experiencing. Roger Allen should be alive and with his family. Real justice would be Roger Allen alive. Mayor Manolo and the Daly City County members, you are all responsible for this complete failure of transparency and leadership. You must implement the demands of Roger's family and the residents of Daly City and San Mateo County. We want the names of the officers released. We want the relevant video footage or audio recordings collected by the Daly City Police. We want a neutral third party to conduct an investigation of the officers involved. This must be chosen in collaboration with the family. We do not want a conflict of interest by DCPD and the SMC district attorney. And we want transparency on why DCPD have not implemented body-worn cameras with their massive $33 million budget. These demands are the bare minimum and only the beginning of holding DCPD accountable. Again, I want to say my condolences to Roger Allen's family.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Nico Brubaker.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Nico Brubaker, and I'm a San Francisco resident all my life. And I really do not want to have to be here today. That the death of Roger Allen was completely preventable. And by not installing body cameras, the Daly City Police Department has not been doing the bare minimum, the national standard in policing to prevent misconduct. So just gonna keep it short and to the point. We do not need to be here. We should not be here. And it's disgusting that change has not been made. And I would like to join everyone else in the room in demanding justice and reform yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Shane Sagisi.
Hi, my name is Shane Skisi. I'm a staff attorney in the Home Savers Project at Legal Aid Society of San Mateo County. I'm present today to provide public comment on the city's HUD Consolidated One-Year Action Plan for the fiscal year 2021 to 2022. On behalf of Legal Aid, I want to thank the city for our funding recommendation and wanted to provide an update on our organization's work in Daly City in regards to housing and eviction defense. We have been consistently serving about 35 to 40 Daly City households each quarter during the pandemic since January 2020. Court filings for evictions are way down so far in 2021. The reasons being that the most common basis for evictions are non-payment of rent, and that basis has been strictly limited by the California COVID-19 Tenant Relief Act. Additionally, no cause evictions have also been a very common in Daly City with a lot of smaller rental stock like single family homes and duplexes. And those are also off the table with the Tenant Relief Act in place. Previously, in pre-COVID times, we would see approximately 110 unlawful detainers filed in an average month in the whole county. Based on the sequential case numbers issued in 2021, it looks like only 125 unlawful detainers have been filed through April 14th. So court filings for the county are much slower than usual, which is a good indicator that the Tenant Relief Act is working as intended. Of the court cases we are seeing, the main basis we are seeing in Daly City in order of frequency are first, non-payment of rent, where the tenant did not return the declaration of COVID-19 related financial distress in time, or the landlord did not follow the law providing one. Second would be no fault terminations, mostly owner move-ins and substantial remodels alleged by landlords. Third, nuisance and or breach of lease cases. Recently in Daly City, cases have been like noise complaints and claim unauthorized subtenants. For now, we are still doing services remotely until we get the clear to resume in-person clinics at the community centers. We currently do our initial intakes for clients in Daly City by phone at our housing hotline, which is 650-517-8911.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Tobin Galing.
Good evening. My name is Tobin Galang, and I'm a member of Anak Bayan Daly City, an organization of Filipino youth and students here on the peninsula. Anak Bayan Daly City joins the calls from the community demanding transparency from Daly City's local government with regard to the cold-blooded murder of Roger Allen at the hands of DCPD. We just passed a proclamation for Mental Health Awareness Month at the beginning of this meeting, and this takes place shortly after members of our community held a vigil in honor of Angelo Quinto, a Filipino-American veteran experiencing a mental health crisis who was killed by Antioch Police Department. And this vigil took place in the very neighborhood where Roger Allen was killed soon after. While this proclamation is a great gain for our community, why also cannot there be a defunding of Daly City Police Department to ensure that no other Black and brown people will be killed by police in Daly City, as happened to Angelo Quinto? Or the creation of a committee of community members with oversight power with regard to Daly City Police Department and in hiring and dismissing officers who have a track record of using excessive force. A committee that could demand transparency for the benefit of the community. If these steps were taken Perhaps not another single killing may take place at the hands of Daly City Police Department. If steps like these could have been taken earlier, Roger Allen might be alive today. You are public servants, and we, the people of Daly City, are your constituents. You have a duty to champion the calls of the community for justice. So we've joined the calls for transparency with families and communities affected by police shootings, for the release of the names of all officers at the scene involved in the shooting of Roger Allen and the 2 people in the car with him that night. Video footage or audio recordings collected by Daly Police Department as well, and to hire neutral third-party investigation of the police officers involved. We also demand that anyone in the public be able to request and access this footage. We also demand that Daly City Police Department adopt body cams without increasing their $33 million budget. We want an explanation as to why body cams have not been implemented in the period of 2016 through 2020.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Viv. Please state your full name for the record.
Hi, my name is Vivian. I am a South San Francisco resident right next door and a speech language pathologist who frequently serves families within the DC area and SSF area, SB area. I'm also a professor at San Francisco State who teaches graduate students on how to be anti-racist and anti-oppressive. So I consider myself an expert on systemic oppression. And I'm firstly here to say, number one, rest in peace, Roger Allen. And I send my condolences to his best friend and sister, his aunt, his children, and the rest of his family and his communities. Jocelyn, I'm an Asian person. You've mentioned the API crimes going on and the API hate going on, just as you've mentioned before. And you use anti-Asian crimes as an excuse to increase police funding and increase police presence. I'm sorry, Jocelyn, but given that the historical records of police being anti-Black and racist, you are not for anti-racism. You cannot just pick and choose which racial demographics you want to protect. You have to protect all of us. As an Asian person of whom you say you want mental health services for the community, I'm telling you that you are not pro-Asian or anti-racist if you are also not anti-Black. The Love Day, the Mental Health Month, all of this is performative if your actions and your city council group's actions show absolutely nothing. You say that you are doing things behind the scenes that we don't know because it was all behind the scenes, right? But my question is, why weren't you there with the community? Where were you? Why were you silent? The community got together to rally together. Where were you? The family was there. Where were you? All of these things should be embarrassing to you. All of these things should be embarrassing to everyone who supports you. You need to also be accountable. So I demand accountability, not just for this incident revolving police sanctioned murders of Roger Allen, but for all things moving forward.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Kate Amu Godfrey.
A man was killed by agents of this city, and each of you have publicly remained silent. Have you bothered to say his name? His name is Roger Allen, and not this week. This is the week of the Chauvin verdict, another week of national protests. And now Daly City has just infamously joined the list of 64 other police departments that have killed someone since the start of that trial. City Manager Shauna Maltby shares empty rhetoric talking about transparency, but this city must do transparency, starting with the release of the names of the officers involved in Roger Allen's fatal shooting. The City Council's own press statement includes an outright lie to say that the names cannot be released due to an ongoing investigation. I'm not sure what finger-pointing game y'all are playing at, but we have an email directly from District Attorney Wagstaff that says that Chief of Police Hensley has the authority to release the names at any time. Why are we waiting till Wednesday? It is not part of the San Mateo County officer-involved critical incident protocol that you're choosing to hide behind. In fact, the California Supreme Court ruled in 2012 that the public's interest in disclosure outweighed the withholding of names of officers in fatal incidents. There is absolutely no acceptable excuse not to release the names. The people of Daly City And anyone traveling, commuting, or doing business in the city have a right to know the names of officers patrolling our streets today. Those who were involved in ending Roger Allen's life are back on duty. As the wife of a large Black man and the mother of 2 Black sons, I want to know the names of those officers. Someone made a deadly mistake. Was that officer new, recently transferred? Does the officer have a history of excessive force? Have they been involved in any previous fatalities? When was the last time they received de-escalation training? If
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Hiba Hamadeh.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Hiba. I also have lived in Daly City my entire life. I attended public school here throughout all my years of education, and I even work at a local bank. My job also entails serving the public, but I actually would be held accountable for discriminating against any clients. Ironic how our local police department isn't for murdering a man with their racist practices. I find it ironic that one of the council members said that words matter, but you all have been silencing us and our community since day one. It's very hard for me to understand why I had to make a TikTok in order for people in our community to be informed that Roger Allen was murdered, because our city refused to acknowledge it. In one of your PowerPoints, you mentioned that you embrace diversity, but I can't help but think why you continuously allow our local police to profile people, to disproportionately police our local communities of color, to murder Roger Allen in cold blood and not demand accountability, to not condemn them. We brag about being a melting pot, but we continuously advertise our diversity, but I cannot fathom the hypocrisy in this. Police brutality, policing as a whole, is a threat to all of our communities, especially our most at-risk populations. By not condemning DCPD for Roger Allen's murder, you, Mayor Manalo, and fellow council members are telling me that our lives are meaningless to you, that the preservation of these oppressive systems are more important than our lives. I demand accountability for Roger Allen. I demand transparency. Our community wants the names of the officers involved in his death to be released, for this to be investigated, and for body cameras to be adopted, because I'm having a hard time understanding why the funding for DCPD was increased by 33 million, but they still don't have body cameras. I also find it ironic, and I have some concerns as to why I went to a protest for Roger Allen's murder in front of our local police department, and they were taking pictures of protesters. And I don't understand why they have access to us, but we can't have access.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Denny Agnes.
Hi, my name is Denny Asnes. I'm a Pacifica resident, part of Pacifica Social Justice. The killing of Roger Allen was horrifying, and I offer my condolences to his family and community. This killing made me remember the Daly City Police Department killing of Errol Chang in Pacifica 7 years ago, who was killed during a mental health crisis. The circumstances were not the same, but the unnecessary killing of an individual by the Daly City Police has happened yet again. Tonight, I'm speaking to demand transparency and justice for Roger Allen and his family. I'm urging the immediate release of the names of the 4 involved officers. It's been nearly 3 weeks since the fatal shooting of Roger Allen, and no clear information has been released. Why? What is preventing the DCPD from doing the right thing and releasing the names now? Mistrust has already been created by the DCPD with this killing and past actions. Enough. It's also imperative that the 4 officers involved be fired and that there be an honest, impartial investigation, which clearly rules out DA Wagstaff. I was shocked to learn that the Daly City Police Department don't wear body cams. The 2015-16 San Mateo County Civil Grand Jury report recommended that all law enforcement agencies in the county implement body-worn camera systems by October 2017. Why hasn't the DCPD followed that recommendation? Is it to give them license to kill? And what's happened to the money the DCPD has gotten over the years if it's not being used for body cams that would help ensure public safety and officer accountability? The time for justice is now. Release the names immediately and fire the officers. This outpouring of support and protest tonight is important, but should not be necessary. for Daly City and San Mateo to do the right thing.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Allison Little.
Yes, thank you. My name is Allison Little. I live in Pacifica Manor, just several miles away, and I frequent Daly City multiple times a week. I am a member of Coastside Families Taking Action, and I'm here to express grief and anger at the killing of Roger Allen and Daly City's response to it. DCPD is heavily funded, and there is absolutely no reason why officers should not have been outfitted with body cams years ago. I am requesting the Daly City Police Department obtain body-worn cameras with a commitment to provide significant data retention and storage. These cameras must be on at all times, and the DCPD must take responsibility if there is a camera malfunction. No additional funding should be allocated from the city or county, but needs to come from the existing budget. The city must release the names of the officers involved in the killing immediately, and these officers must be taken off active duty until the investigation is complete. Both the city manager and chief of police should be fired. Please request the Attorney General conduct an investigation into the killing of Roger Allen, as many of us have no confidence in Steve Wagstaff. I also want to express my deep condolences to Roger Allen's family. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Brent Turner.
Thank you, County City Council and staff. I'm sort of taken aback in this moment by the process here, and I'm going to be very brief. The people protesting here are actually trying to help the police. I hope we're all clear on that. The procedures that they're requesting will help the police and the community, obviously, but I feel like there's almost a psychology pervasive in our great county here, my home-born county, where there's two different teams, and there's a team that are thought of as the people that matter, that are the officials, and then there's the public. And I think we should have a moment here to recognize this is a national experience that's occurring. And I just am taken aback by our lack of our own ability to deal with this. Anytime you shy away from transparency, it triggers allegations of a cover-up. So I don't really understand how this is happening here in our hometown, but I hope that we can heal, and I will yield the rest of my time. Let's take 5 seconds for silence for the Roger Allen family, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Namita Murthy.
Hi, I am a mental health provider myself, and so the fact that you all talked about having a mental health month is just extremely ironic to me, because I will say, as a mental health service provider, police make our job a lot harder. And what will help the mental health of the community is not killing people through publicly funded violence, not protecting killer cops by not releasing body cam footage, by not holding them accountable, not just through firing them and holding them accountable for killing them, but providing justice. And justice means that we work towards making sure something like this never has to happen again. That means defunding police and investing in actual services that help. People, mental health service providers, we don't have too many resources. We have very little to work with. And the fact that our response to mental health in general with the police is not the way we should be doing things. And it's rooted in white supremacy, the fact that we feel the need to involve the police in serving a community like this. We've suffered enough. And I also am kind of astounded at the proclamation of a global love day without acknowledging like the love that Roger Allen's family had for him and the pain that you all caused him by responding to this so poorly, by not giving us the truth and by not taking notable action to support this community member who died for absolutely no reason. There is no reason for police officers to be killing anybody if they're good at their jobs. There are plenty of people who are we de-escalate. We're able to get into dangerous situations without having guns. There's no reason. The only thing that police serves to protect is property and wealth, the wealth of people who are rich, and they don't serve to protect the community. All of y'all, people of color, and
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have RJ Jennings.
Hi, I'm RJ Jennings. I am a citizen of this country, of this county, and I'm tired of looking over my shoulder. I've been looking over my shoulder since I was born, and I have a 2-year-old that I'm going to pass this word to him in 2021, that I've got to start preparing him to what to look out for. That we're dealing with an entity that was born to bring slaves back to their master. They were given freedom to hang slaves. They were given freedom to beat and do whatever they felt necessary. When you're born out of that declaration, it doesn't change. It lives deep in your sinews. And it's there. It's like our Declaration of Independence, life, liberty, and pursuit of property. But they changed it to happiness. Property, we were property, women were property. So it lives deep in us. So you start this meeting out with a pledge of allegiance, liberty and justice for all. And I asked you, councilmen and women, when you look in the mirror, is this justice? Can you say that you're taking action and this is justice? Wow. And as I look at your agenda, you're looking at diversity, equity, and inclusion, and those are beautiful words, but it centers around safety and belonging. It means that you don't just hear your constituents, you listen. Listen is active. It's asking questions. It's looking for ways to make sure that your community feels safe. The last people I will call is law enforcement. In fact, my brother reminded me that I call PG&E and send him to his house before I call law enforcement. So this, it's crazy. In history, we often look and say, why didn't somebody stand up? Why didn't somebody do something? Well, City Council, you have a chance to do something. Stand up, speak up. You're in this position.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Reverend Laurie Owens.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Laurie Owens. I'm the president of the San Mateo County branch of the NAACP. Our first vice president, Alexis Lewis, is also on the Zoom. I'm here tonight as the president of the branch to voice our branch's concerns regarding the shooting of Roger Allen by Daly City Police on April 7th. That was almost 3 weeks ago. The lack of transparency and urgency by the Daly City Council is extremely disturbing. The information coming out of the DA's office is sketchy. We are unclear on why 4 officers were needed to assist a motorist with a flat tire to begin with. It is unclear how the officers allegedly got into a scuffle with Mr. Allen over a BB gun. There's apparently no footage of the incident. Daly City Police doesn't equip its officers with body cams, even though Daly City Council agreed on August 6th of 2016 that the police department would purchase body cams when funding was available. It appears that funding has been available these last 5 years, and these body cams still have not been purchased. The San Mateo Civil Grand Jury made this recommendation in 2015, 2016, and 5 years later, this has not occurred. We are concerned that the names of the officers have not been released. We don't understand why that has not happened. We know that the chief of police has the authority to release these names at any time. The San Mateo NAACP is calling for full transparency in this tragic situation, including the release of the names of the officers involved. The San Mateo NAACP is also calling for an independent investigation. Lastly, the San Mateo NAACP is calling for the immediate implementation of body cameras by Daly City Police. To say there isn't enough funding is totally unacceptable. Budgets reflect values. If the City Council truly values transparency in policing in this city, then this initiative will be started immediately. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Jackie Regoni.
Hello, my name is Jackie Regoni. I'm a resident of Belmont. I'm also an education specialist serving several students in Daly City. I'm also the poet laureate of Belmont, so I want to congratulate Madeleine Herr, the new youth poet laureate, who's not only the first youth poet laureate for Daly City, but also the county of San Mateo. But I'm here tonight to express my deep condolences to the family and friends of Roger Allen. I had some statement prepared, but I really just want to not sound like I'm reading a statement and say to you, our leaders, what are you thinking? We need leadership right now. People are telling you what we need. We need transparency. We need you to deliver the names of those officers right now. I know you have them. Before you go to bed tonight, I want you to think about yourself. Look yourself in the mirror and say, am I a leader? What do I need to do? History will not look kindly on you when you do not do the right thing. And so I want to leave you with the words of a fellow poet, Chinadu Akobe, Schatt also. These are from his poem, Only God Knows. I'm dealing with trauma, struggling to stay alive in the jungle, still dreaming of a better tomorrow. And if the leadership is not with you here, with us here in you, I see it in the people, in my fellow community members here who will.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Carolyn Jaramillo.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Jaramillo. I live in Pacifica and I have a strong connection to Daly City because I had the good fortune to teach school there for 25 years. Tonight, I want to add my voice to the many advocates working for racial justice and seeking justice and compassion for the family of Roger Allen. Tonight, we ask that the City Council immediately instruct the police chief to make public the names of the 4 officers involved in the death of Mr. Allen, and that these officers be taken off active duty until the conclusion of the investigation. I would like to make this request stronger by calling to your attention a quote made by Congresswoman Maxine Waters after the Chauvin conviction. Quote, I am hopeful that police chiefs will take more responsibility, and I'm hopeful that city councils and mayors who oversee police budgets will understand that they can no longer let the fear of police unions and losing elections stop them from moving toward a better future. I'm hopeful that police killings of Black people can be stopped. This is my solemn wish, and this is my prayer, end quote. Please, City Council and Mayor, heed the words of the Congresswoman's prayer and take action tonight. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Shia Gordon.
Hi, my name is Chaya Gordon and I live in Pacifica. I often go to Daly City for services and shopping, so I feel very connected to Daly City. I hope we can agree that to move forward, there needs to be transparency and accountability to the community and a sense of urgency. The police chief needs to release the names of all officers involved immediately. 19 days is too long. The officers involved should not remain on active duty until the investigation is concluded. The Daly City Police Department needs to immediately get body-worn cameras and follow standard use guidelines like turning the body cam on immediately at a scene. Find a way to expedite this. The state of California has a use of force state law, AB 392. An independent investigation needs to apply the use of force law to what happened. It's horrific that the Daly City Police Department shot and killed a Black man. Yes, another Black man, Roger Allen. Daly City should be using best practices to investigate this horrible shooting, not worst practices. All I can say is, what are you doing there, Daly City? The people who have some power to affect this are the council. What are you doing? The council must act immediately. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Regina Isla.
Regina Isla of San Francisco. In the true spirit of global love, I offer my deep sympathies to the family and loved ones of Mr. Roger Allen. I know that what we do here tonight will not ease your loss or burden, though I hope you feel the love and respect of us gathered in community here tonight to speak his name and to demand that the Daly City Police Department be accountable, release the names of the officers involved in his killing. As Colin Kaepernick wrote, I saw the bodies of Black people left dead in the streets. I saw them left dead in their cars. I saw them left dead in their backyards. I saw Black deaths all around me at the hands of the police. I saw little to no accountability for police officers who had murdered them. It is not a matter of bad apples spoiling the bunch, but interlocking systems that are rotten to the core. The brazen audacity of Hensley and the complicit silence of Mayor Manalo and their refusal to make public the names of the officers is evidence of a brutish ignorance that we will not stand for. Releasing the names is only the first step in accountability, and yet they refuse. We can't build public safety if we continue to have unnecessary loss of life at the hands of the police. Mr. Allen is now part of a growing list of more than 30 people in this county that have been killed by corrupt law enforcement, and one of over 60 people across this nation killed since the beginning of George Floyd's trial. This lawless rot will stop. Lest we forget, approved by the City Council on August 6th, the city and police departments agreed that body-worn camera systems are effective law enforcement tools, increasing transparency, modifying behavior of both officers and citizens, providing valuable evidence for court prosecution and administrative investigations. Where are the cameras? Release the names of the cops, get the body cameras on the cops. Fire Hensley now. You are not worthy of the trust of this community.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Chelsea Faria.
Oh, there we go. Hi. My name is Chalisa Faria. I live in Half Moon Bay, California. I've lived in the Bay Area for over 40 years. And I, like many of the people who have spoken before me, implore you to demand that the DCPD immediately releases the names of the 4 officers involved in the fatal shooting of Roger Allen. It's been almost 3 weeks and no transparency. No names have been released. This is unacceptable and it borders on criminal. The names need to be released now, not Wednesday. And I wonder why you would think it's acceptable to wait 3 weeks to reveal the names in the first place. The 4 officers should be taken off active duty immediately. The fact that there are still no body cams being worn by the DCPD is unimaginable and needs to be corrected. There needs to be accountability and transparency between the public and law enforcement. De-escalation training needs to be mandated and a priority, and body cams should be worn by every active officer in the Bay Area. Daly City is one of the last places to implement this practice. The funds are available. There's no excuse for the DCPD not to have acquired body cams by now. Please make this a priority. We demand justice, accountability, and transparency for Roger Allen. We are horrified and heartbroken for Roger Allen and his family, his friends, and the entire community. Rest in peace, Roger Allen, and blessings to your family. Do the right thing. You have failed thus far. An independent investigation is required and a good place to start. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Lizia Buna.
Hi, rest in power, Roger Allen. My name is Lizia Buna. I'm here today as a Tongan man, as a member of Peninsula Democratic Socialists, and as a concerned citizen. I joined the call and demanded the chief of police release the names of the 4 officers. I also demand the resignation of the city manager, as well as the chief of police. Also demanding that these 4 officers taken off active duty. The fact that they're out there in our community is deeply disturbing. I trust Wagstaff as far as I can throw him. His complete incompetence in 2018 in regards to the 3 police murders of Chinedu Okobi, Ramsey Saad, and Warren Ragudo tells me all I need to know about Wagstaff and who he's accountable to, and that's not the community. We also need an outside party to investigate. These police departments are heavily funded, and there's no excuse for not having technology like body cameras. Lastly, I hope this moment we're in turns our gaze away from the racist white supremacist institution of policing and towards a collective reimagining of what being safe in our community really means. Love and solidarity to the family of Roger Allen and Roger Allen's community and everyone on this call. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Joss. Please state your full name for the record.
You all started the meeting late on purpose. You thought the people weren't going to apply pressure, but this is only the beginning, so get ready. We need to get more than 2 minutes because I've been on meetings before that you all talk about personal opinions for way longer. One meeting where Glenn Sylvester even spent 10 minutes stating the names of cops that have died. What about those that have died at the hands of police? This meeting should have started with an apology to the family of Roger Allen. You all just proclaimed Mental Health Awareness Month, but there's still only one mental health physician that responds to police mental health crisis calls for the whole San Mateo County. You all said last meeting you are prioritizing housing when people are being evicted here, when there are ICE raids going on here. You all are the definition of performative and identity politics. This won't be the last time you hear from the community you've tried to avoid, and we are not stopping. We immediately got in touch with the family through IG, where you, by the way, Jocelyn, blocked the community from tagging you on and found out Roger Allen's name. And we found out Roger Allen's name and have been supporting since. You all stayed quiet for a whole week and now want some type of credit for posting it on Facebook or Instagram. Your job is to serve the people and to listen to the people, but y'all are acting like the police and protecting the police that is killing us. You all have blood on your hands too. Your silence is violence, and the community will never forget. Your silence has shown everyone that you rather uphold violence than to acknowledge the life of a human being. Whether it's an ongoing investigation or not, you have the power to release the names, but you haven't because you all receive money from the police and realtor associations. That's why you're silent, because you are more concerned about your equity and self-interest. Regardless of the story, this killing was racially motivated. Cops aren't mechanics. They shouldn't be pulling over for a flat tire, and Roger Allen should have never been approached. Jocelyn, this happened in your neighborhood that you chose to make the call to increase policing in, where we held a vigil for Angelo Quinto, where you spoke, but you were so mute about Roger Allen. We shouldn't have to even hold you accountable to do your job or be having to demand transparency and accountability if you're really about Black Lives Matter. The family and community doesn't want more money given to the police for body cams. We know you have the money. We want to know why, with all the money already, is there no body?
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Eva Reyes.
Hello, my name is Eva Reyes, and I'm an organizer with Faith in Action Bay Area. It has been 19 days since the killing of Roger Allen. The failure of the Daly City Police Department to release the names of the officers involved in the fatal shooting is an outlier both in the nation and in the county. In San Mateo County, when Chinedu Okobi was killed, 6 days later, his name was released. The officer's names were released. In the fatal shooting of Yanier Serrano Garcia, the deputy's name was released the same day. After the killing of Makia Bryant, a 15-year-old girl in Columbus, Ohio, the city was forced to release the names of officers involved and the body camera footage only hours after the killing. In California in 2012, the courts ruled that officers' names involved in fatal use of force incidents are public record. Where are their names? Mayor Manalo and the Daly City Council members, you are responsible for this death and for this complete failure of transparency. You must release the names of all of the officers. You must release any relevant video footage or audio recording collected by the Daly City Police Force. You must hire a neutral third party to conduct an investigation of the officers involved. And you must elaborate on why the Daly City Police Department does not already have body cameras. If you cared about justice, you would have heard national cries this year to defund the police department instead of continuing with a budget of over $33 million. If you cared about justice, Roger Allen could still be alive, safe at home with his family. I hope this sits with you. If you cared about justice, Roger Allen could still be alive, safe at home with his family. This is only the beginning of your accountability. And if you continue to claim that you care about families being safe at home, you should care about whether they're safe in the streets before they get home. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Emma Schatt.
Hi, my name's Emma Schatt, and I want to start by sharing my deep sympathy and condolences with the family of Roger Allen. I was thinking about what it would be like to lose my husband and my daughter's father, and it's unimaginable, and that tragedy for you is compounded by all of this additional trauma. City Council, Mayor, City Manager, you're employed by the taxpayers of Daly City, one of whom was Roger Allen, many of whom have spoken tonight. Your employees include the chief of police and each Daly City police officer. One of your employees murdered one of your constituents. So what are you going to do about it? So far, the answer has been a loud, resounding nothing. City councilors, it's not easy, I'm sure, to sit here on camera on Zoom and hear people criticize you. I'd like to believe that you're not ill-intentioned. But the hard truth is that intentions mean nothing. Actions mean everything. You can't undo your inadequate reaction for the last 3 weeks, but you can change what you do now. The demands we, the taxpayers, your employers, have made to you are clear. You have a roadmap. I'm a member of Coastside Families Taking Action, a group of hundreds of families on the Coast Side. We canceled our monthly meeting today so that members could attend this meeting and demand accountability. We, along with everyone else here, will be watching to see what you do. And we're here to help you if you need help, but we're going to be watching. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Olivia Chinchilla.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, as well as my fellow esteemed community members. I really appreciate this opportunity to speak. And I want to just start by asking a question. What is leadership? What does leadership mean to all of you? I serve as an educator with a global affairs program. So I work a lot on public policy issues. And we actually just conducted a field study last week in San Francisco surrounding criminal justice. We talked to the deputy chief of police of San Francisco. We talked to the public defenders, the district attorney. We talked to formerly incarcerated. We talked to police officers themselves. And I think one of the things that really stands out to me throughout that entire experience is really just leadership is about opening yourself up and leading from the front and not holding back. And we need to take that view to how we think about policing. We need to take that view to how each of you think about your roles in what you're doing right now. And several of the people earlier mentioned this idea that we really are here as leaders because there has been a lack of leadership from all of you. And I want to point out, first of all, why are people being muted in this meeting at the end of the 2 minutes? That is irresponsible as a leader to silence someone. One of my fellow educators mentioned earlier that leadership is about listening. Leadership is about listening for as long as you need to listen. Leadership is about going above and beyond. It is about opening yourself up and, as police officers, taking greater risk and not being someone that reacts or overreacts. Instead, you risk, you have responsibility, and you have leadership as a leader. Otherwise, you don't have a legitimate leadership position. So I want us to just really take a step back and think about this, because we just muted 2 people that were in tears. We just muted an African-American member. We just muted a woman who is scared for her lives of her children. And somehow we're going to keep doing that throughout this entire meeting. That is irresponsible. And I also want to just take a pause to say that leadership at the end of the day is about empathy. And empathy means putting yourselves in the shoes of those people, no matter how hard. I have to do this as an educator. We've talked many times about these issues in class. And one of the things that really strikes me is just, it can be heavy, it can be hard, it can be easy to turn your ears off, but it's something that you cannot do. You need to keep doing that and keep listening. And finally, I want to just mention that that empathy part is also about thinking how you can change a system once you see that it's broken, because it's not something that you can just step back from. So I encourage you to think about yourself and ask your question, what is my role as a leader? And also, what am I going to do in this position right now? April 7th of 2021, my younger sister turned 19. And I thought to myself, on that same day, someone lost their life. Think about that.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Fernando Montenez.
Hi, my name is Fernando Matanes. I am a Daly City resident, and I am here to express solidarity and my deepest condolences to Roger Allen and his family. I just want to point out the inconsistency that Mayor Manalo has shown the community at large. You were there when the community gathered and held a vigil for Angelo Quinto, the Filipino-American man who was murdered by the Antioch Police Department on December of 2020 in his own home using the knee-to-neck restraint. You went to our vigil, you expressed support for swift justice, and you even talked face-to-face with Angelo's family and friends. And what I want to ask is, how come you're unable to show that amount of leadership to Roger Allen's family, to the community, to us, your own constituents, your own neighbors here in our own city? I want to express the collective agreement of the community to demand swift justice, comprehensive police reform, provide body cams for all personnels, and hold the killers accountable. Expose the names, expose the videos, the audio, everything, so that we can also get absolute transparency and provide closure to Roger Allen and his family. As someone who grew up here in Daly City, I cannot stand idle. I cannot stay silent as my beloved city is plagued by police brutality. I yield back.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Deborah Leshin.
Sorry, thank you, everyone. Yeah, I'm a member of Peninsula Anti-Racist Coalition, Faith in Action Bay Area, the Unitarians Universalists of San Mateo, and Belmont Neighbors Against Racism. And I just want to really reiterate what everyone has said, demanding transparency, demanding justice for Roger Allen, deep condolences to his family and the suffering they are going through. Just reiterating, release the names of the 4 officers. It is way overdue. Take them off the streets, for God's sake. We need an independent investigation. No one has confidence in the current DA because of his track record. Body cameras are just such a no-brainer. You know, you've had years to implement it. That is just a huge failure of leadership right there. And we, you know, how do we know what happened? You know, it's like there is no transparency. Finally, put on your agenda the creation of a non-police response to all behavioral health calls. You say this is Mental Health Month, or May is Mental Health Month. Well, guess what? 25% of fatal police shootings are of people who have mental illness in this country. we do not need to be sending armed people out for mental health calls, for most mental health calls, for most 911 calls, and also no more police traffic stops. You know what? They have lost the credibility and the capacity to stop people. I mean, you stop people and you kill them. I mean, this is a broken system. We need to reimagine public health, and we need to have a non-police response to public health issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Liliana. Please state your full name for the record.
Hi, I'd like to read a statement that Mayor Jesslyn Manalo posted on Instagram on June 3rd, 2020. As allies, we encourage our Filipino American community to stand and advocate and speak out against racial violence and police brutality. Our community has benefited from the Black freedom struggles and that have built pathways towards our journey in freedom and equity. We understand fully that this is a time to not be silent about the lives that have been prematurely taken. And there's immediate need to keep pushing against institutionalized racism and white supremacy. So I just want to know, Mayor Jesslyn, what happened since then? Because your actions in the last few weeks really don't reflect what you posted on your Instagram a year ago at all. You really need to stop stalling justice the way that you stalled this meeting. You need to have a sense of human decency because Roger Allen lost his life. He was killed by your staff and you are barely even pretending to care. And your reaction or lack thereof is just so disrespectful to his family, it's disrespectful to your constituents. You are literally telling these people who live in your city, who work in your city, that a member of your staff who reports to you can kill them and get away with it, and you will say nothing. And I don't really want to hear that next meeting you guys are going to talk about body cams because, like multiple people have mentioned, it was already decided in 2016 when David Canepa was mayor, and now he's trying to pretend like he had nothing to do with this either, that they were supposed to start wearing them in 2016. So I don't really know why you're acting like you are doing so much by saying, oh, we're going to talk about it next meeting. Your police department has wasted so much money on tasers. Last year, you guys bought tasers, but you can't buy body cams. It is just such a tiny part of the equation. Like, just because that there's footage or you say you're going to bring body cams, that doesn't bring Roger Allen back to life. And it doesn't mean that in the future that this isn't going to happen again. So you really need to stop letting your violence workers run around the city unchecked and saying nothing when they execute members of the public. And I really just think it's disrespectful that you would speak on the killing of George Floyd or Angelo Quinto, but be silent when it happens in your backyard.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Amelia Terrani.
Thank you. I'm an educator in the San Francisco area, and I'd first like to extend my condolences to Roger Allen's loved ones, as well as the many others who have been directly harmed by the Daly City Police Department and the police in general. I'm expected to convince my students that they and their families should feel safe in their neighborhoods. I can't do that if you, mayor, and city council members do not do your role in caring for your constituents. Honestly, only an immediate commitment to defunding the police force can bring justice. In the meantime, we demand that you divest funds from the DCPD into the community through mental and physical health, as well as education and housing. We demand that you hold the DCPD accountable by providing a third-party investigation into this killing of Roger Allen and other acts of violence, firing as well as releasing the names of these abusers, and abiding by the body cam legislation without increasing the budget. I'm supposed to teach that this country is good. I cannot do that while my local and federal governments are staffed by murderers and their accomplices. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Russell Lee.
Hi, I just want to echo some commenters' previous points about how, even though there are a lot of people in this meeting, cutting people off mid-sentence, especially when they're telling you their experiences and trauma, is incredibly disrespectful and dehumanizing, especially when it's Daly City Black and Brown residents speaking. My name is Russell, and I'm a resident of South San Francisco who spent an extensive amount of my childhood in Daly City. And sometimes I'd be playing basketball with, a friend's father who eerily looks like Roger Allen. And the police would always be posted up at Geller Park. Like, this is just insane that this is happening. Like, it's been happening for 400 odd years, and it's just enraging that we use performative language like end white supremacy and, you know, stop Asian hate, but we don't want to get out the root issues of this problem. Like, Mayor Manalo, we just went to a kit making event for elders in South San Francisco, and like, council members have been showing up for Stop Asian Hate because people think that it's like isolated incidents only because of, you know, the pandemic and everything, but it's like, it's white supremacy. Like, Asian Americans like are killed by the police too, and people ignore that. Christian Hall, Angelo Quinto, Errol Chang, like, as an Asian American with family in Chinatown, with one of them being assaulted, I just, like, how can you call for more policing? Why would you think more policing is the solution? You know who they're going to target. They're going to target Black and brown youth, Black and brown residents. And there are going to be incidents like these where a flat tire escalates into a killing. That's not okay. That's just not okay. And with all the demands that everybody's been reiterating, that's just accountability. Like, Daly City needs to do so much more with how they handle public safety. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Glenn Mercado.
My name is Glenn Mercado, and I'm a member of Malaya Movement San Francisco. I'm here to express my concern about the safety of my community because the Black man, Roger Allen, was murdered down my street by police. This happened in my own neighborhood. It almost seems like every day I learn about another Black or brown human being fall victim to the reckless, utter negligence and just plain stupidity of police. Now it's become a reality in my very own neighborhood. To me, this is not the Daly City I grew up with. I can't even wrap my head around why this is not on tonight's agenda. Why is this not a priority? As a resident of Daly City for 33 years, I'm asking, although I really shouldn't have to, are you okay with losing my confidence, your constituents' confidence in this council to do what's right? Because this deprivation of transparency is making me lose confidence in you. It's so ridiculous to me that I discovered Roger Allen's name on social media before his name was finally revealed by the DA, who gave us this bizarre story that honestly just raises more questions. If you want me or any of us to feel safe when we take a step outside our own door, or even when we require emergency aid, I need to know that you will hold yourselves and police accountable for senseless violence and murder. Qualified immunity needs to end. Who is being served here if not the people? I echo the words of many of those who spoke before me and demand justice for Roger Allen. Rest in peace, Roger Allen.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Gracie Q. Please state your full name for the record.
Hello, my name is Gracie Quinn. Daly City Police Department has historically and actively engaged in police violence, police brutality, and misconduct. Daly City PD should be defunded and abolished. Your massive police budget has been increased for body camera reforms, and you have failed to provide even that. While body-worn cameras appear to provide public transparency over cops and discourage violent behavior from police officers, officers are about to control and limit the footage, such as burying evidence and releasing edited footage to justify them killing our people. Additionally, studies show BWCs don't change police officers' behavior, and there hasn't been a decrease in police violence. Start investing in things that work, not police. There is no reason that a person with a gun should ever respond to a flat tire. Invest in providing for Daly City communities and the resources that keep people safe, that prevent people from violent interactions with police. I will never call the police because I know that I could be signing someone's death warrant. Fire the murderers who killed Roger Allen immediately. Defund Daly City PD.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Gustavo Lopez.
Hello, Mayor Manolo and City Council. My name is
Gustavo, and I am a member of Changes SF and an educator at San Francisco State University. I'm also a longtime renter and community member of San Bruno in South San Francisco, and spent a lot of my adolescence in Daly City, where a lot of my friends and current students live. I am speaking on the recent killing of Roger Allen. I'm extremely disappointed in the city council, especially members like Jocelyn and Rod, who share space with my ethnic studies community. City council members that hold the mantle of immigrant rights and equity but have been silent in public without even acknowledging the killing of Roger Allen that has occurred or even providing any transparency to the community. You can't continue to post on your social media and act like it's business like you as usual. We don't care about your potluck, your fundraisers. A human being was murdered by your police force. You can't sweep that under the rug because you are unsure about your PR in the future or your political campaign. Allies don't do that. Co-conspirators don't do that. It's freedom for all or freedom for nobody. This is not the time to play it safe. This is not the time to continue to endorse former cops like Glenn Sylvester who sit on your board and vote to uphold the status quo. It is time to push your radical change you claim to embody. Don't quote MLK if you ain't ready to put in work like MLK. It's just in these few months, it was just a few months ago that the city council championed Black Lives Matter resolution. And even today you are silent, even acknowledging the killing that's happened at your doorstep. It was just a few weeks ago you called Stop Asian Hate, Equality and Justice for All, but have seen no comments, even information or a statement to the community of what is going on. Not even on your personal social media. What happened to injustice for one is injustice for all? Facts on police killings should not be polished or weighted on a PR campaign. They should be open because cops are public servants. Listen to the demands of the community. Daly City needs to defund the DCPD and refund social programs. Police budgets have far been overfunded and our communities are no safer. Public safety is having a home. Public safety is having a living wage. Public safety is healthcare. Public safety is universal daycare, equitable access to education. Body cameras are not the solution, so please don't waste our time with more research or more meetings to just talk about more data.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Emily M. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Emily, and I'm calling from San Francisco. First of all, I want to say rest in peace, Roger Allen, and I want to give my condolences to Roger Allen's family and loved ones. He should be here alive today. That would be true justice. And this is not the first time the Daly City PD has murdered someone. Daly City PD should be defunded and abolished. There is no reason that a person with a gun should ever respond to a flat tire. They shouldn't have pulled Roger Allen over, and they shouldn't respond to shit. Invest in providing Daly City communities and the resources that keep people safe, that prevent people from violent interactions with the police. And why the hell, knowing all this, did you increase the police budget last year? That is blood on your hands. Police use of excessive force, including the harassment, beating, shooting, and execution of people in our community, reinforces the need at every level of government to hold officers accountable. You're responsible for investing in the armed state of white supremacy, but you're beholden to the people. You're beholden to Roger Allen and his family. In regards to your proclamation on Mental Health Awareness Month, you need to think about how police negatively impact the mental health of Black and Brown people. You heard from a mental health provider that police are trauma. How can you consciously fund that? Fund mental health resources instead of police that cause harm. Fire cops, get them off the streets where they harass and kill people, and fund systems of life-affirming care and support the community. Whenever anybody is out and see cops, we don't see them doing any fucking good ever. So like next time you're walking down the street, look at what a cop is doing, and they're either doing shit and using up valuable resources that we need, or they're harassing people, or they're fucking killing people. They're fucking harm. They don't keep people safe. They're the exact opposite of it. That's why you have to abolish them. You can't reform 500 years of white supremacist settler colonialism. You have to abolish it, and you have to replace it with systems of care that the community needs. And you need to listen to the community you serve. And you also need to stop fucking cutting them off. You need to actually listen to them. And also, again, my condolences to Roger Allen's family and loved ones. Justice for Roger Allen.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Kayliana. Please state your full name for the record.
Hi,
I would just like to say to the City Council, staff, and Leilani Ramos, muting people in the middle of their sentence without a warning is extremely inconsiderate, and I will say again, dehumanizing for what people are saying today. It's not that hard to share a screen of a timer, and other City Councils have given 3 minutes for public comment, and I'm going to use my time right now to finish Cesar Rodriguez public comment. We demand the highest standard of public transparency, public access, and protections from body-worn cameras, so they are not weaponized against the public in the form of a police public relations and surveillance tools. Specifically, release of unedited footage that is in its entirety, not selectively edited for PR purposes. A clear release date no more than 21 days after an incident where an officer harmed and or killed a person. Release regardless of any ongoing investigation. Anyone can access this footage regardless whether they are filmed in the footage or involved in the incident. And a permanent ban on the incorporation of face recognition software and or any surveillance technology with body-worn cameras. And if I still have time, I would like to say that this is embarrassing for all of you guys. You guys should have just talked about this sooner. And yeah, I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Deej Gold.
Hi, my name is Deej Gold, and I'm a member of Pacifica Social Justice. And like everybody else here, I'm demanding transparency from the Daly City Police about the killing of Roger Allen, including releasing the names of the officers involved and any video footage and any other evidence that you've already obtained. I have no hope that the crappy district attorney Wagstaff will prosecute these police any more than he has prosecuted other police involved in all the other killings in San Mateo County. Daly City has a problem. Daly City's PD has a problem. A couple of months ago, I went to a demonstration that was mostly high school students of color and educators who were talking about the racism of the Daly City Police, and the Daly City Police were extremely aggressive with those demonstrators. They weren't doing anything. They were just walking around and having a rally. The Daly City Police pulled over racially profiled an immigrant back in 2019 and turned him over to ICE in violation of the state's sanctuary state law. So yes, there are killings, but yes, there are these daily events of racism with the Daly City Police, as there are daily events of racism with all of the police. It is time to stop this racist system of policing, abolish the system, come up with other ways for people to be safe. And that's about all I have to say, except I do also join others in expressing my condolences to Roger Allen's community.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Alexis Rodriguez.
As a Black student in Daly City, I am extremely disheartened and disappointed at the lack of transparency on Daly City's end, but I'm not surprised. It's important to highlight the fact that for a while, Daly City has failed to show up for Black community members, and it hurts to say that the murder of Roger Allen should have been a wake-up call. However, it has been nothing close. Roger Allen is not just a situation that you squeeze into a council meeting whenever you have the time. Roger Allen should still be alive today, and it has been nearly a month while Daly City has not done nothing to serve justice or even show respect to his family by explaining details that they deserve to know. These killer cops are the same ones that you allow into my high schools and classrooms. That is a frightening that I sleep with every single night. As mentioned before, the performative behavior on Daly City's end is disgusting. There is no room for Daly City to speak on crimes going on across the country, while an innocent, beautiful Black man's blood is on your hands. The Black community is tired. For years, too many innocent lives have been stolen at the lives of police, and now Daly City is another department on that list. Daly City's huge budget but a Black man's life is what is required for you guys to invest into body cameras? With everything going on around the world and inside of our own communities, if you don't see the significance of defunding and redistributing funds throughout the community, that is ridiculous. Roger Allen deserved better. I demand justice for his family by any means necessary.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Eduardo Gonzalez.
Hi, my name is Eduardo Orlalo Gonzalez, and I'm a Daly City resident. I'm at loss of words to describe the pain and anger knowing about the killing of Roger Allen here in Daly City, and I can only imagine the pain and hurt the family is going through right now in these couple of weeks. So my deep condolences to his family and loved ones. I'm also here demanding transparency, accountability, and answers for the events that led to the execution of Roger Allen by the Daly City Police Department. Mayor Manalo, Daly City Council members, and city staff, you're all responsible for this complete failure of transparency and leadership. As people mentioned already, I ask that you release all the names of all the officers at the scene involved in the shooting of Roger Allen. Why has it come this far? Second, I also ask that you release any relevant video footage or audio recordings collected by Daly City Police. Third, I ask that you hire a neutral third party to conduct an investigation of the officers involved in the Roger Allen killing to avoid any conflict of interest by DCPD and the San Mateo County District Attorney. Lastly, I ask for transparency on why DCPD have not implemented body-worn cameras by now, with their already massive budget of over $33 million, and to not increase the Daly City Police Department budget more at the next meeting to have this implemented. These demands of transparency and accountability are the bare minimum and only the beginning of holding DCPD accountable. The fact that you, the elected officials of Daly City, have not released basic details is a downright betrayal of the public you have sworn to lead and serve. Do more, do better. Rest in peace, Roger Allen.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Victoria Becker.
My name is Victoria Becker. I'm a member of Pacifica Social Justice. I'm here tonight calling for the end of police violence, the end of racist killing of people of color. On a national level, in the state of California, in the county of San Mateo. Daly City must respond to the community calls for accountability. Release the names and fire the cops who killed Roger Allen. I speak tonight in the memory of Roger Allen, killed by Daly City Police for a traffic stop, a flat tire. I speak in memory of Errol Chang, killed by Daly City SWAT Police during a mental health crisis when his family called for help. And I also speak in memory of Chinedu Okobi, killed in Millbrae by the sheriffs for walking down the street. End white supremacy, defund the police now.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Suzanne Moore.
Suzanne Moore, my condolences to family and friends of Roger Allen and to his community. When I was working as a primary care provider at the Daly City Clinic, I was keenly aware of the importance of trust in a therapeutic relationship. Without trust, I simply couldn't provide medical care. I'm certain this council is also aware of the necessity of trust in your relationship with the community you serve. I'm aware that the community's trust is threatened because of lack of transparency around the death of Roger Allen. At this singular moment in our country's existence and following so soon after the murder trial of George Floyd, this council, as community servants, must be transparent. This is simply your duty. With this in mind, I respectfully request the following. Immediately release the names of the officers involved in the shooting. Remove the involved officers from duty until the conclusion of the investigation. If videos of the shooting become available, they should be released to the public, and the Daly City Chief of Police has lost community trust and should be relieved of duty. Please follow through. This is your duty to your community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Sapahi Inayat.
Hello. It's hard to know where to start, but my condolences to Roger Allen. Is a 44-year-old man, a father, and a member of our esteemed community. Esteemed not because of our officials here today who are doing a very unconvincingly terrible job of pretending like they're paying attention. And I'm looking at you, Glenn Sylvester, and Mayor Milano, who, Glenn Sylvester, you've turned your camera off at least 2 times tonight. I find that repulsive. In the cognitive dissonance you all continue to perpetuate, talking about mental health, while Roger Allen was murdered in broad daylight. And this information was not released for 5 days. I mean, it is just a giant slap in the face. And to give everyone just a broader perspective of what we're looking at in terms of this body cam footage, lack of budget bullshit, the Daly City Police Department has 111 officers. Each body camera costs $739. This is a total of $82,029 for a budget they've had of over $130 million since they agreed to implement body cameras back in 2016. This is repugnant and repulsive. I yield my time. Honestly, fuck you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Josie O'Hara.
Hello, my name is Josie O'Hara, and I'm here to speak about the murder of Roger Allen. As a San Mateo County resident and student, and probably one of, if not the youngest person on this call, I cannot help but feel incredibly frustrated by what I'm seeing here. The lack of transparency and accountability from our so-called leaders here, as well as the muting of people in the middle of their sentences. Like, it is so easy to share a timer. I could share a timer, or bare minimum to wait for people to finish their sentence. It is incredibly rude. As a young child, I always associated police with safety and helpfulness, and I've now opened my eyes to the fact that for most people, especially for anyone who is not white, the police has the complete opposite correlation. A few months ago, I would have told you that police brutality was probably less prevalent here than in other parts of the country. That was naive and is obviously not true. When the police arrives for a flat tire, which escalates to a murder, or when the police sprays a 9-year-old girl in New York, or when a white cop kneels on a black man's neck for over 9 minutes, the racism that is so entrenched in this policing system here in the United States is so clear. I myself do not have the power to make these changes, but Mayor Manolo and council members, you are so incredibly privileged to have this power. It is in your hands. So hear us in our terms and make these systemic changes for your residents, for Roger Allen, and for the many other victims of police brutality. Thank you, and rest in peace, Roger Allen, and other victims of police brutality.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Maya Elgarico.
Hi, I was going to make a script, but y'all are past undeserving for that. I'm here to stand in solidarity with Roger Allen's family. All of us here are just demanding for the truth. What are you trying to hide? Like, take action now with your position and power to release the names of the officers. Like, you know what we want. And like, how convenient it is for y'all not to have the screen that shows the time of 2 minutes and you're just going to straight muting. Like, it's absolutely disrespectful. Please let the family speak. I don't know, I'm just speechless because it is honestly just so disappointing as a Daly City resident, as a youth here in Daly City, to have this as our like representatives. Like, you work for us and you're not listening to us. Like, you're giving more money to kill us. I don't know, like, you're here trying to celebrate mental health while I'm literally, like, me myself is struggling finding those resources here in Daly City. So I don't know what you're trying to uplift. Like, the family is Talika. Oh, sorry. The family is not being let to speak, so please, can you let them raise their hands? Please? It is unacceptable. It is vile that you're trying to silence us, especially Roger Allen's family. I yield my time.
Miss Maya Elgarico, let me ask staff at the moment. Is there anyone that you see that needs to be on the queue?
Let the sister speak.
Yes, we will. Of course.
Yep. Tell him,
sister.
Let me speak. Let her speak. Hello? Go ahead, Tamika, we can hear you. Hi, I am Roger Allen's sister. And what y'all sitting here saying, y'all think I don't know the truth about my brother? I do. Y'all is harassing me coming to my job. Yes, I've been harassed by the cops for the past 4 days coming toward my job, sitting here taking my license plates, writing down everything that I do when I'm at work. That is harassment. And y'all covering up for a different county. I know who killed my brother. And y'all doing a cover up. That's not cool. Y'all did a private meeting by yourself, but y'all think I do not know the truth about my brother. I have it, and I'm coming. Y'all took the only person I had in my life left. And y'all funding these cricket ass cops. That takes what, 6 months to be a cop? What about people that have to go to college for 5 to 10 years to be a doctor or a lawyer? Y'all quick to give anybody a gun and a badge. Y'all need to do your history on these people that y'all hire. Half their family is KKKs. They don't give a damn about a Black person. And y'all making it sound so cool and so happy. No, my family is suffering. I gotta watch my nephew cry every day. And I have to sit here and look at my nephew, not to grow up with his uncle. I've been crying. I've been scared for my own life because I'm being harassed. And that's not cool. I'm scared to even walk, even come to San Francisco to even go to work now. I can't even drive my car. I gotta go take my car in to get a new car because I'm scared. I have to grow up without my brother in my life. I'm 30 years old. And that's not cool. Just know I'm coming. Y'all better lawyer up. I'm done speaking.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Kaylee. Please state your full name for the record.
Hi, my name is Kylie Kerr. I'm a resident in Daly City, and first off, I want to offer my condolences to Roger Allen's family, to Lika on the call. I'm requesting that the city council name and fire the police officers that were involved in the killing of Roger Allen without pension. DCPD should not be allowed to conduct the internal affairs investigation. This should be done by an independent party in order to prevent conflict of interest and to find the truth about what happened to Roger Allen. The multiple accounts of Roger Allen's murder are extremely suspicious. Police officers are known to plant toy guns, so this is why the account that has been given is not trustworthy, especially given the racist history and origin of the United States. If you look up Baltimore plant toy gun, you can find the articles yourselves. We are also asking for the removal of DA Wagstaff for his history of racial bias. He has never once prosecuted a killer cop in San Mateo County. We are also demanding again that DCPD be defunded and abolished, and that money be redistributed to different non-police response teams and services. We need greater mental health services and homes for unhoused people, education, vehicle services, and anything else the community actually needs. Traffic and vehicle issues should be handled by a civilian department, and mental health crises should be handled by mental health professionals, not expensive and armed people with a proclivity for violence. You guys need to read up. You need to read The End of Policing by Alex S. Vital. It's free on Verso Books. We need an educated mayor and city council members, not weird figureheads who accept money from the police. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Valeria. Please state your full name for the record.
Hello, my name is Valeria. I attended elementary school in Daly City, so I'm talking as a concerned community member, and reaching out because of your lack of transparency and accountability in the death of Roger Allen. You may be silent, but your actions are deafening. You are prioritizing your political careers over the welfare of your constituents. A black box Instagram box is not sufficient. Your claimed concern for the community well-being, mental health, equality, and fight against racism is performative at best, and your true stance behind these issues stands in your actions these past weeks. You've communicated to your constituents that you care more about your own political careers and image than you do your community well-being. Your actions this past month have marked your careers, and the true silence in the regards ending hate in your community as seen here. Our community will not let you sweep this away. It angers me to know that you would have just hidden this death if not for community accountability. Your politics are not framed by what you preach. Your politics are built off of how you act when faced with injustice. In the last week, Mario Gonzalez was murdered at the hands of police in the city of Alameda. Since then, the vice mayor has called for an emergency meeting and the city has hired a private investigator. You instead are using so-called investigations to keep information from us. You are proving yourselves to be inadequate. Roger Allen's family, as well as community members, should not be pushing as city council officials to do your jobs. A report from the DA Wagstaff is not sufficient. The same DA that has allowed Errol Chang and Derek Gaines and Chinedu Okobi's murderers to just walk away. We have no trust in these reports. We've watched the rollout of George Floyd's case this past year. We watched as initial reports framed Floyd's death as a medical emergency during his arrest. This past week, we've watched the truth come out and ultimately lead to Chauvin's conviction. You must be transparent from here on out. You must name and fire those officers. You must provide a third-party investigation. We want you to be transparent as to why DCPD does not have body cams, and you will not use this question as a means to justify even more funding in the police department. Instead, you could put your money where your mental health month is.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Camille Davis.
Hi, my name is Camille Davis. I'm a San Francisco resident. First off, I would like to offer my deepest condolences to you, Talika. Last year, my husband and I profiled him by asking him, where are you from, where are your parents from, etc., until they were satisfied about his exact racial background, upon which they said, oh, so you're not Central American. We've been having problems with Central Americans. So racial profiling is the norm for them. I didn't even think to get their names because I was too terrified. I know what they're capable of. Stop protecting them. Stop enabling their continued abuse of Roger Allen's family. The Daly City PD needs to be disarmed, defunded, and those funds diverted into the community.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Winnie Y. Please state your full name for the record.
Okay, I commented. Oh shit, I'm unmuted.
Oh, sorry. So hi, my name's Winnie. I'm a former resident of Daly City, where I moved and immigrated to when I was a child. And I currently live in South San Francisco, so I'm also commenting as a concerned community member. I think a lot of the things that we've heard tonight just really highlight, like, we can't remove what's happening with the history of policing. It's not really something we can reform. And I'm just echoing what everyone has been saying tonight. We're asking you for transparency and accountability, release the names and conduct an independent investigation outside of Wagstaff, because that's clearly, we've seen historically how he goes on different police killings. And so anything outside of that is kind of performative. And what we've heard even at the beginning of this meeting is performative in the sense of like this mental health stuff that we keep talking about. And it's like we've seen historically how that's happened in Daly City with Earl Chang. And it's just something like, what are we doing to prevent this from happening again? You have the power to do that. And I think someone said it tonight, I am disappointed, but not surprised. And it's just embarrassing how the city council is just failing to act on this. The amount of just lack of transparency when this first happened. And it's like so many others have said tonight, the fact that we had to learn from this, not from you, but from people in our community. And if this wasn't raised in our community, I'm pretty sure that the city council would have rolled past it, which is really concerning. Because we've seen this like national narrative right now. And we're not letting that happen in our city. Daly City is no different, right? Like it can happen here. I yield my time.
Comments. Jeremy Yansen.
Hi, my name is Jeremy. I extend my deepest condolences to Roger Allen's family, to Talika and his loved ones. I support and amplify the demands made before me for transparency. Council has successfully scapegoated Asian elders and used their trauma to build up and reinforce the police state. And I remind you that our elders that were attacked do not feel any more safe or taken care of. All you did was increase police where attacks had happened, and that endangers Black and Brown people. Roger Allen was murdered less than a week after Justin and Council had announced that there would be increased policing. So 2 and 2 together, police do not keep us safe. They're killing us. And what are you doing protecting their names? You all had the chance to be proactive. Your inaction, not just for Roger Allen, but refusal to support Black lives since the summer is violence. By all of you, Council. You didn't take it seriously enough that police in our streets is literally life or death for Black people. What even happened to the resolution for Black lives that you all came up with then in the summer? Revisit that. Like I said, it was empty unless you all decide to act on it. I agree with the folks that have said tonight that your stories are inconsistent. We already don't trust you, and you add insult to injury by confusing and tricking the public with these narratives that you put out. The first statement, you all said that there was footage, but it wasn't going to be released. So what is it? I heard that you all went back and redacted that statement. By the way, have you called your patrol pigs to stop surveilling Roger Allen's memorial spot? We can't even mourn the dead without having to watch our backs. We can't even pay our respects. They were trailing a peaceful protest in regular undercover cars. How many of them are in the streets now? After his death, I've been hearing sirens up and down Daly City and fear that another life will be lost at the hands, nay, the guns of police. A night coming home from San Francisco, I saw a young Latino man pulled over by police. I turned all the way around just to be an observer and get out of my car just so I can show solidarity with another member of my community. It's disgusting to witness the power trips that these police have, that you literally sick onto our community. DCPD takes up 41% of the city budget. You tell us you don't care about us by your budget processes. You told us that with Measure Q, deciding that to allocate funds before public input. And fuck Global Love Day. Global Love Day should start with defunding, disarming, disbanding, and abolishing the police here in Daly City and the global police state held by US imperialism that has wrecked and terrorized our home countries.
Jeremy, your time has concluded. Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Ellen. Please state your full name for the record.
I, like so many others today, am calling about the senseless murder of Roger Allen by the Daly City Police Department. It is exhausting trying to get the attention of our elected officials. One of your residents was murdered because of the violent and unaccountable conduct of the DCPD, and you've done nothing. Your lack of urgency is completely appalling. Roger Allen should be alive and with his family. That would be real justice. But since the PD stripped that option away, respond to the demands of Roger's family and the community of Daly City and San Mateo's communities for transparency, releasing the names of the officers and a third party to investigate the officers involved in Roger Allen's killing. You all already know the statistics about the police department. You already know about how the police department disproportionately targets Black people, how the police department perpetuates the criminalization of poverty and race. And if those statistics weren't clear enough, the DCPD just killed a man again. I implore you to listen to the community that voted you in to keep us safe. Invest in people and communities, not in cops and cages. That is absolutely the only way to build lasting public safety for all. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Theodore Tronco.
Hello, my name is Judor Tronco. I just wanted to share a remix of Martin Niemöller's First They Came. First they came for the homeless, and I did not speak out because I was not homeless. Then they came for the sick people, and I did not speak out because I was not sick. Then they came for low-income people, and I did not speak out because I was not low income. Then they came for undocumented people, and I did not speak out because I was not an undocumented person. Then they came for immigrants, and I did not speak out because I was not an immigrant. Then they came for Native Americans, First People, Indigenous people, and I did not speak out because I was not a Native American, First People, and Indigenous person. Then they came for LGBTQ plus people, and I did not speak out because I was not an LGBTQ plus person. Then they came for women, and I did not speak out because I was not a woman. Then they came for Latinx people, and I did not speak out because I was not a Latinx person. Then they came for Asians, and I did not speak out because I was not an Asian person. Then they came for Black people, and I did not speak out because I was not a Black person. Then they came for people of color, and I did not speak out because I was not a person of color. Then they came for Roger Allen, and I did not speak out because I was not Roger Allen. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Lucky Jordan.
I just want to say that it's clear at this point that the City Council has not done anything to stop police violence in Daly City, and you have the opportunity to do something now, and that's not enough because nothing you can do now will bring Roger Allen back and will heal the pain that his family and his community has experienced, but you can do something now. A cursory study of history beyond what you learn in high school in America will show you that policing is a racist institution and does nothing to keep our communities safe and needs to be abolished. And when you leave this meeting after the 3 hours of your life you had to spend on this, when Roger Allen's many years of his life and many other people's were stolen from them, don't say that you're confused about what to do. Don't complain about how long you had to spend on this meeting. Don't say that people are blowing off steam, because that's not what's happening here. And you owe this to us, and you owe this to the community, and you owe this to Roger Allen and his family. You need to release the names of the officers involved in the incident. You need to remove those officers without pay. You need to prosecute the officers who are involved in the incident. You need to have an independent investigation by a separate party that is not involved in the state. And you need to defund and abolish the police in Daly City. And it's your responsibility as public servants to do these things, and it's your responsibility to listen. And if you don't think you have the answers when you leave this meeting, then you need to reach out to the community and you need to keep getting answers, because we're not going to stop reaching out to you. And you need to learn, and you need to figure out how to do the right thing here, because it's unacceptable and you can't continue like this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Brian Kiefer.
Thank you. My name is Brian Kiefer. I'm a member of the Peninsula Democratic Socialists of America. I'm here to echo and uplift the comments of those before me. We need to confront the fact that police violence and racism aren't something that happens far away. Daly City has been slow to release details of the killing of Roger Allen. It is not instilling confidence that accountability will happen in this case. I don't know how the City Council can go through an entire year of protests across not only the country, but the globe in support of Black Lives Matter movement. I don't know how you can see killings that happen by police of Black and brown people in other cities and the protests and uprisings that happen there, and think that you could get away with sandbagging and slow rolling this investigation, the utter lack of transparency. That is not the way to earn the public trust. Trying to cover up and conceal the facts is never going to win the public trust. The truth is uncomfortable. the police didn't act in an upstanding way, dismiss those responsible to regain the public trust. The only way the public can trust your government and your police force is if you act with complete transparency and you make it clear that there's accountability when there are any misdeeds. There must be a much higher standard of conduct for those who are entrusted with the use of deadly force. The bare minimum is to suspend these people and release their names. You need to also release any audio and video footage that exists, and you need to bring in a third party to conduct a full review of this use of force in cooperation with the family of Roger Allen. This must not be whitewashed by DA Wagstaff, who is a fascist thug. Also, I can't believe I have to say this, but stop stalking and harassing the family of Roger Allen. That's despicable. Call off the pigs. If you want to show that Black Lives Matter, take action. Have some real accountability. Stand up. Words are cheap. Rest in power, Roger Allen.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Kalima Saludin.
Hi, I'm Manalo and the members of the City Council. I'm here to speak as a parent tonight and as a Black woman. And I'm sad that I have to be here and that this has to be discussed in my own city where I live. But I really want to believe that Black lives matter here too. And if something like this had happened someplace else, we'd all be saying Roger Allen's name. And so I know these meetings are hard. As an elected official, I understand how hard it is to sit through these meetings. But at the same time, I want us to have the courage to look at what we are all doing wrong as the leaders of this city and to face it and work together to make sure that it's better for our children. I want our children to have faith and trust our police. I want to have faith and trust the police. I call what the NAACP called for. I agree, and I would like to see those things happen. And I would also just want to talk about DA Wagstaff and to say another name, which is Joseph Waters, who was an elected official of color, a Black man in our town, was on the school board and was charged with a felony by Wagstaff for an expired firearm. And he took his own life because he was going to lose his job and he was going to have to step down from the school board. And we are always held at such a high standard, especially by this DA, and if you're a person of color, but everybody else, especially those in law enforcement, are continually left off the hook. And I just want us all to be held to the same accountability standard. We owe it to our children to make sure that there's an independent investigation and that there's transparency and that we can all move forward together. I hope this is the beginning of the conversation on how we can better serve our community and that we can just reinstore faith. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Renee. Please state your full name for the record.
My name's Renee, and I demand the transparency around the death of Roger Allen. I demand that the police release all the information in regards to the death of Roger Allen, any footage of body cameras, any audio footage, any information altogether, the names of the officers involved. And I also demand that they suspend the officers that were involved in this case, hire a third party to investigate this incident with the approval of Roger Allen's family. I also demand the removal of DA Wagstaff, as DA Wagstaff has never prosecuted any violent police officers, which statistically does not make sense given the amount of cases against police officers in the past and the violent history of policing. My familiarity with the Daly City Police comes from the event with Errol Chang in Pacifica, which is the city that I live in. The Daly City SWAT team killed Pacifican Errol Chang when his parents called the police because of a mental health crisis that he was going through. In a previous city council meeting in Pacifica, we got to hear from Errol Chang's brother, who had said that the Daly City SWAT team, when questioning the family afterwards, were giving each other high fives after the event. This speaks to the pervasiveness of the violence, the white supremacy that's within our policing systems. We know that body cameras should have been implemented a long time ago based on the budget that the Daly City.
Renee, you still have some time.
We need to reinvest our money outside of policing and into different community resources. And it is your job as the city council, as the city manager, as the mayor, it is your job to listen to your people, to listen to our demands, and to hold the police accountable for what they're doing. This cover-up is completely despicable and unacceptable. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Shaquille Ali.
Yes, I would like the auntie of Roger Allen to be able to speak. Zipporah Wright, she's had her hand up for probably over an hour.
Zipporah Wright, please unmute.
All right, well,
Let's give her another chance. She's actually in the emergency room with her 10-year-old daughter right now. Shaquille, if you want to go ahead, then I'll text Zipporah.
Okay, thank you. So much has already been said tonight, and it's sad because we came to you before. We tried to be proactive. We wanted you to be proactive. This is what we were talking about a year ago when we talked about reimagining public safety. So I just want to speak tonight, not just as a Daly City resident and a retired elected official. Actually, I'd rather say public servant. I'm going to speak tonight as one of the spokespersons for the family, and hopefully Ms. Wright will be able to speak after me. There's still more questions than answers. Where's the police chief? Where's the captain? Why aren't they here now? I remember not too long ago, they were bragging about the new cameras they got where they could read our license plates from the cars. What about body cams? And the family is not asking for you to get body cams. The family wants to know, why aren't you wearing body cams? That's the question that we have. We want the names of the officers involved in the incident released right away. If you know the names, why don't you just tell us? And especially the officer who killed Roger Allen. Release the footage. If you have any video footage, release it. The family just wants to know the truth. Even if the truth hurts, we deserve to know it. When you have the truth makes you free. The family deserves to know the truth, and the community deserves to know the truth. Tell the truth about why you don't wear body cams. And in the words of Talika Fletcher at the march and the vigil, put the guns down. Talk to us. We have common sense, and we expect you to have common sense. So in other words, demilitarize the police. If you don't want to defund or abolish, at least take their guns away, or take 50% of the guns away. Do something. Why don't we have a council person who's willing to champion this cause? No one is standing up and saying, I'll take this on. No one is standing up and saying, I can't tell you everything right now, but trust me, I have this. I have your back. I have the community's back. Where is the champion for this cause? This is why we asked you to please reimagine public safety. But some of you on that council have said you can't imagine it. You refuse to imagine something different. The last thing I want to say is that our community is disgusted by the statement that the gun is part of the uniform. Think about it.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Vinasina Tobu.
I see that
Zipporah is here and ready to speak.
Yeah, Zipporah's there. Go ahead, Zipporah.
How do I get in there? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Zipporah.
We can hear you.
I am Rogers Allen's aunt. I'm disappointed in all of the council members, and if you take anything from this meeting tonight, take this home with you. My nephew's death is on your hands. He had a life. He's human. There's no humility there for him. The way he was treated and the way that your city put out a narrative, a deceitful narrative at that. But yet you sit there and on a high horse, like it's okay for your officers to kill people. It's not okay. It should not be normal. And that's the way you're acting, like it's just a normal occurrence. And that should have never been. That should have never been. And if you're not willing to, put these police officers where they belong, behind bars. You talk about mental health when it first started, but have you checked the mental health of these officers? Have you checked, where they were before they came a Daly City police officer or from a different district or whatever? Have you checked that, since you're so keen on mental health? But have you did mental health backgrounds on these officers? Have you sent them into therapeutic sessions or anything? Have you done that? When will you do that? And as far as this DA Wagstaff, he's a full clown. He's a full clown and he needs to be de-seated. And everything that's in my power to do is going to be done, and it's going to happen. Period. I'm upset, I'm angry, and I have every right to be. My niece is being harassed for speaking up for her brother. My great nephew, his son, is so introverted by the death of his father. You don't know the grief, but put it in this context. You see my nephew's face, put your child's face in that picture and put RIP next to your child's name. I guarantee you'll start seeing things a lot differently than what you guys are putting out there for us people of the community. I have nothing else to say right now.
Thank you for your comments. Inacina Telvo, would like
And y'all
to?
just sitting up there like you don't care still. You guys are still
Exactly.
sitting up
Like they
there
don't
like
give
you
a
dare.
shit.
Tell them, Auntie. They're still sitting
They
there
will
like they
never
don't
care.
care. This
Look
is
when they
the
will never
people have the
care.
I know
power.
that. And you sitting up there and you keep on transferring people and muting people while they're trying to speak, and muting everybody that you can't even hear the speaker speak. You can't
No,
take the truth. If
they
you can't take the truth, get your ass out the seat.
exactly.
I'm like, I'm like, jeez.
Real.
I've
Because
had
you work
it.
for the people. Period.
Exactly. Are we
You
on
guys
there?
have their
Are we
job.
on?
You guys
Are
have
we
your
on the
job
phone?
because of the people.
Jazz, I
People
heard
like
you
Roger.
speak. I heard
No,
you
I'm
speak,
just letting
Jazz.
them know that people, they
Yeah,
muted me again. They have that job because of us. A lot of people on here voted for
absolutely.
them. They have this job because of us. Yeah,
Right.
Glenn. People have this job because of us, Glenn. I see you. And Sephora, you have every right to speak. We love you, and we got your back. We got Roger Allen family back.
I
And we're
love
gonna
y'all
get justice
too.
for him.
I'm not gonna
And you're
stop.
gonna
I'm
continue
not
to let.
gonna
Yeah,
stop.
sorry. Go
Every
ahead,
last one
Sephora.
of them is unseated because you all are sitting there and you look down as in, I'm so upset that I have to be sitting here, that I have to even be a part of this darn meeting. And this mayor, oh my God, somebody need to put some freaking hair loss remover in her shampoo or something, because I just, Jesus, take the wheel right now. My anger, it was growing in the ER and I couldn't speak because I was inside the emergency room. So I couldn't talk. And I'm like, I'm upset about that, because if you were to take your child's photo, take a sleeping picture of your child and add it to the RIP poster of my nephew, would you have the same emotions that you have in sitting up there now?
Auntie, I think you should put it just like this. If it was on the other foot and a black man had a white boy, that black man would be in jail.
All of them are sitting up there. Where are the black people sitting up on this council? Where are they? I didn't see not one. If there is one, please show them to me.
They need to release the names of the 4
They
cops.
talking about Wednesday.
Nah, Ma, don't do it do not do it on the day that y'all killed my brother. It will be 3 weeks on Wednesday. Do not do that. Release the names tomorrow. Don't wait until the day y'all killed my brother. Cold-blooded. Did not care about his life.
With some tater tots.
Don't do that. Release the names tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Y'all sitting here holding evidence, holding the whole entire truth. And I bet you 10 to 1, half of y'all is on there with a smirk smile or sitting here rolling your eyes like y'all don't give a damn fuck.
Yeah, instead of the small, yes.
Y'all took somebody's life. Y'all took a Black man's life. We've been dealing with this racist stuff for so many years. And it's still going on.
For more than 400 years. And it's like, it's people like that sit up there. They're part of the damn problem. You're part of the problem. If you don't see anything wrong with what this department did to Roger Allen, my nephew, you can't see anything wrong with anything. And they can't see anything wrong with anything. So the blood is definitely on their hands because they sitting up there collecting blood money. So the money that you getting and they're giving you money, you're collecting blood money. You're collecting blood money, and I will not stop until Wagstaff ass is no longer the DA. And I don't give a damn how the mayor overwhelmingly won the race with a landslide. That bitch need to go. Sorry, Journey. I'm sorry. Mommy's just so upset right now. And I apologize.
Oh, cavemans were even racist.
Who will be the champion? Who's going to stand up from the council? Who's going to stand up?
It's too late now. It's too late. They need to resign. The family
There's
said
one
it.
person who
Resign.
still hasn't
You
said
can't do your job,
anything,
resign.
not even to the media, not to the public. There's a council person that's been silent, but they're never silent when it's Black on Black crime or brown on brown.
They want to message community organizers, though. They want to message community organizers, and the candidate was talking about he wants to release the names to people, but he didn't say that to the family when the sister said that she was supposed to call him on Monday. Let's be real. This is a meeting for what? This should be a community meeting. If we're all community, let's talk like community members then.
Exactly.
Why? You guys are elitists. You guys don't have, like, your position is because of the people.
It's not being handled like that. It's not
Yeah.
being handled like that. And trust me, if my daughter hadn't got injured tonight, I would have been there in their face. So I'm like, oh my goodness, my temperament right now, I need to calm down. I really need to calm down because this whole Zoom shit is pissing me off. It's pissing me off because you don't allow the people to finish saying what they need to say. But yet on other people, if it was something like whatever that guy talking about, oh, he wants to thank you for the homeless thing or whatever, fuck you. You let him finish everything he needed to say. Every goddamn thing he needed to say, you let him finish. And I hope they can still fucking hear me because you guys are some sick ass clowns.
Talk louder because Ray is fucking asleep.
Who in the hell is Ray? They just don't cut every damn thing.
Council member Buenaventura, are your
They don't
eyes
like to be called out, supposedly.
Can I suggest something? I suggest that if the family is amenable to this, we just stay on the call until they either give us an answer why or release the names, like right here in this call.
Or
release the names now. Protect the family.
Yeah, we don't need to wait for a social media post or a press, like, just say it now.
Say it now.
And you should be apologizing as well. And don't try to hit up the family now and try to be the people's champ. We don't need a people's champ. The people are the champ, clearly.
At this point, are there any other, thank you for the comments that have been said, and to the family, Talika and Mrs. Wright, deepest condolences. We have public comment right now, and I am asking if there's, I see a couple more hands, about 6 more hands that are raised at this moment.
I have Taylor A. next on the list. Please state your full name for the record.
My name is Taylor Algren. I'm a resident of Pacifica, and I'm a member of the Latino Democratic Club of San Mateo County and the Democratic Socialists of America on the peninsula. And I would just love to ask the City Council to center what happens next around supporting Mrs. Wright and Talika and the rest of Roger Allen's family. Put them at the center of what needs to happen next. Ask them for all of their input. Ask them for what needs to happen next. I would also like you to consider having a specific hearing for the investigation of the death of Roger Allen. Get the police, get the police chief, get other police that were responsible, and also DA Wagstaff in a conversation to heal, to try to begin to heal and find accountability towards the tragic death of Roger Allen. I'd also like to encourage everyone on this call. It's been so hard to hear all of your calls for accountability and a little bit of justice, but bring 3 to 5 more people to the next thing that we can support Talika and Mrs. Wright and Roger Allen's family as we move forward in this investigation. I also support all of the calls to fire the police chief, to release the names of the officers, to hire a third-party investigation, and lastly, to defund the police. Think about 10% of the budget every year for the next 10 years. Like, what would that look like? How would we put in social programs and social services and mental health support?
Taylor, your time has ended.
Rest in peace, Roger Allen. We love you, Talika and Mrs. Wright.
Thank you, Taylor. Next, we have Katie Goetz.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Katie Goetz, and I serve as pastor of Woodside Road United Methodist Church in Redwood City. I'm a member of the Peninsula Solidarity Cohort and Faith in Action Bay Area. In recent minutes, we heard compelling testimony. Nothing that I'm going to say this evening hasn't already been said before. You've heard requests from family members and loved ones of Roger Allen. Release the names of the officers. There needs to be transparency in this process. There will be no justice for Roger Allen, but by offering transparency, by releasing the names of the officers, by placing the officers on administrative leave and appointing an independent counsel to investigate, there can be justice, because we will put measures in place so that way things like this do not happen again. We want to make sure that the next Roger Allen makes it back home to his sister, makes it back home to his aunt. Daly City Police has the money to have body cameras. There's no reason why these cannot be on the Daly City Police officers. Video evidence is accountability. The steps can be taken in order to have a community policing program that serves the community. People have asked for safety tonight. They have asked to be able to trust the police. Please take the steps forward so that way Daly City and all of San Mateo County is a place where everyone can call home. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Inesina Tobu. Inesina, are you available?
Dang, I was already ready. My name is Dr. Finaustina de Satovo. I am a faculty member and a program coordinator at the College of San Mateo, which I serve Pacific Islander students and being able to help them transfer on into higher education. I am here in solidarity with the family. After I was supposed to go earlier, I couldn't go. I needed to make space for Talika, for Zipporah. But I'm tired. I'm tired of being able to feel like our community don't have voices. And I am here in place of Pacific Islanders in Daly City who probably don't even know that this is happening. But I am not tired enough to come back here and wait my turn to say something. I am appearing here to demand the transparency and justice for Roger Allen following the killing of Daly City police officers on April 7th. Not one, not two, not three, but four. What the? I'm gonna use all my time, and if I have to be silent, I will, to reserve this time for Roger Allen and his family. You are my ocean, Roger. You are my ocean. And we cannot continue to glamorize and romanticize all this conversations at national level in America when it doesn't even matter as us locally. I want the 4 officers involved to be taken off active duty until the conclusion of the DA's investigation and charging decision. I want the DC Police Department to obtain body-worn cameras, all these conversations that we've had continuously over and over. How can we continue to move forward and teach our students when at the end of the day, this American dream is an American fucking horror story? As a doctor and as an educator, I am a servant to serve my community. We cannot no longer let these physical buildings and institutions judge us, move us, let us do what we gotta do. Systems are made of people. Institutions are made of people. It takes us to do that.
Reverend Tovo, your time has ended. Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Dashiell Leeds.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the conservation assistant for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I came tonight to talk about climate change for an item later on this agenda, but I cannot stay silent on this here. I give my condolences to the loved ones of Roger Allen, his family, and his community. And I support the community's demands for transparency, accountability, and systemic reform. I'm just gonna echo my voice and repeat some of the great suggestions I've heard tonight. We should have body cameras. The names of the officers should be released. The officers involved should be taken off active duty. there should be an independent investigation, and the city should take a serious look at reallocating its budget and start moving money away from the police and into community services. During this call, I've been looking into the police budget from what I could find, and in the 2019-2020 budget, I saw mention that technology costs were rising due to programs like Blue Archer, which is a graffiti networking software, allowing officers to coordinate graffiti investigations with allied agencies in the Bay Area. I also see that during fiscal year 2016 to 2017, the department spent close to $500,000 in asset forfeiture to purchase rugged laptops, gun safes. There's money for body cameras. I don't think it's a question of funding. I think it's a question of political will, and I think it's a question of empathy and justice. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have David Eblovi.
Sorry, I had to fight with the mute. I'm not going to address the mayor and city council. I think everyone else has pretty well done that at this point, other than to offer that a celebration of love was not the best choice. Instead, I want to speak to everybody else here. And to all of you, I say just this. If you want to change, or if you want change, you need to make that change yourselves. Waiting for this limp council to fix the problem is a fool's errand. And we know that because they've had 10 years to fix the problem and they haven't. Did you know that any one of you can put an initiative on your ballot to amend your city charter to require independent third-party investigations of officer-involved use of force incidents? How many people have asked for that? You can make it the law if you want. It'll only take 5,000 signatures to do it. How about an initiative measure that bans traffic stops for anything that is not public safety related? Tired of being harassed by the cops? Make it the law. Or an initiative that would ban officers from approaching individuals who may have mental illness or who may be a danger to themselves or others until mental health resources are on location. Being told we don't have money, we don't have funding, screw them, make it the law, and then let them figure out how to pay for it. Or finally, how about an initiative that amends the city charter to require officers to retreat or to take cover before using deadly force, unless there is no avenue for retreat or cover? You can make that a law too, if you want. It is completely within your power to do this. We can't bring Roger back, but we can make a better world as a result of his loss. Half Moon Bay will shortly be seeing an initiative on the ballot to do exactly these 4 things. And it'll be even easier for us because we only have to get 600 signatures. Sometimes it pays to be a city of 11,000 or 12,000 people. You can do this too. Take control of the laws in your city. Petitioning the council is basically begging. It ain't going to change a thing. The California Constitution guarantees you the right to submit petitions to put initiatives on the ballot. That's your redress. If you want to fix this, that's how you fix it. Hopefully I didn't go over my 2 minutes. I wish you all Godspeed, and I praise and cherish all of you, and I hope something positive comes from this disaster. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Nani Friedman.
Hello, my name is Nani Friedman, and I work in Daly City at Faith in Action Bay Area. I'm here first and foremost to express my condolences to the family of Roger Allen and demand justice and transparency. And as Ms. Fletcher and Mrs. Wright just said, you need to release the names of the officers who killed Roger Allen tonight, right now, or right after this public comment ends. They just said that. And I'm here to amplify that, and the whole community is watching. So we expect to know the names of the officers who killed Roger Allen the very, very latest tomorrow morning. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Frank Ross. Mr. Ross, you have the floor. Mr. Ross, it looks like you're joining by phone. You can press *6 to unmute.
Okay, I'm awfully sorry about that. I haven't done a Zoom meeting in a while. We do Microsoft Teams, but condolences to Roger Allen and his family, and I want to repeat what other people have said throughout the night. There should be accountability from the officers, and the names of the people involved should be released. I forfeit the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next is Isabel. Please state your full name for the record.
Hi, I changed my name because I saw that you guys were lowering people's hands. And I think that you guys need to stay here and listen to what the community has to say instead of literally taking their hand down and taking away their right to speak. I spoke earlier, but you cut me off, so I'm back. And honestly, why are you, I just don't understand. Like, there's so many heartbreaking things that we've heard, so much anger, so much sadness. And literally you guys were given the opportunity to step up and just show some basic decency, and you still don't do it. And I just really, really don't get that. And I just want to echo what Talika said and Roger Allen's auntie. Like, you guys need to, if you know the names, why are you even like playing around saying it'll be in 2 days? You could literally drop that right now. You have that ability. And that's just like the bare minimum. So if you don't do that, honestly, like, you need to resign. I don't understand what you're bringing to the table. You guys haven't said anything all meeting. You didn't say anything during the last meeting. Legitimately, like, what are you doing? What do you offer to the city when something like this so terrible happens and you do nothing? I honestly think if you don't release them tonight, you really need to resign. Because if I was you, I wouldn't want to walk around town showing my face, knowing that I have blood on my hands and said nothing about it.
So I just want to let the public know that the public comment is for one time in regards to speaking. And so that's the reason why, the public comment period is around 2 minutes, but it's, at one time. So I wanted to reiterate that to the public. And so if you've spoken already, it's, we'll be moving on to someone that has not spoken.
Mayor, I believe there's only one additional name that has not spoken, and that is Michael Stogner.
Thank you very much. My name is Michael Stogner, and I have been a private victims advocate in San Mateo County for the last 20 years. I just want to say that this meeting tonight is caused by your city manager, Shauna Maltby, and it's caused by the assistant city manager, Stephen Stolte. Those two have the authority to tell the police chief to tell us the names of those 4 people. And that is an absolute bare minimum. It's no big deal. Nothing's going to happen to them. I've been involved in many murders of people in San Mateo County. And if I said last week that if Derek Chauvin was a police officer in San Mateo County, that he would not be prosecuted by Steve Wagstaff. Many people are talking about a third-party investigation. That third party needs to be, I believe, the Attorney General of the state of California. The idea of body cameras, the reason they're not there, that's because of the 2 city managers. Along that line, body cameras, as the Sandra Harmon case proved to us, the sheriff and the district attorney who edited her body-worn camera video, and they allowed the sheriff deputy that caused her death to say the simple words, I didn't have my camera on. So that doesn't solve anything. But the idea that you guys have not released the names shows what the real problem is. I believe it's with your two city managers, and your police chief should be fired. Thank you very much. And I'm thinking of the Roger Allen family.
That looks to be the end of public comment, Mayor.
Thank you, Leilani, for facilitating, and thank you all for your comments. And we value your time and comments this evening. Kalika and Mrs. Wright, sending my deepest condolences to you and your family. I can't imagine the pain right now. And as mentioned, I've asked the staff from the onset for the names of the officers, and this evening, also Chief Hensley for the names to be released as soon as possible. I hear the pain, hurt, and sorrow, and City Council has directed staff that no later than Wednesday will the names be released. Currently, the officers are on administrative leave. As far as body cameras, on May 10th, the approval of these body cameras will be placed on the docket, and this has been prioritized by the City Council early this year in February. There has been allocation for money for body-worn cameras, but at the meeting, there was some pushback from some of the public to procure those body-worn cameras. And so at the next meeting, this will be at the top of our agenda. I want to say that I hear you all around a third-party investigation, and we'll push to do so. At this time, we will continue on to our City Council meeting unless I will afford my colleagues for any comments.
Mayor, I would like to speak. So first off, I just want to offer my sincerest, genuine condolences to Talika and Sephora Wright. Talika, I reached out to you earlier. I'm still open to speaking with you. And I think as I sit here and I meditate and listen to everybody's comments, and I'm not going to speak for council, but I'm going to speak for myself. I apologize to y'all. It hurts, and I can't put myself in the position of the family. And condolences to Roger Allen. A human life was taken. And I apologize for not taking much more action swifter. But I'm inspired by every one of you that has spoke today. My framework, my worldview, I share and align with a lot of y'all. And I apologize. But I think that when I sit here and meditate and I feel, and all the comments, all the criticisms, all the F-bombs, I deserve it. I was elected here to do and serve the people. But with that being said, I want to work with y'all. I'll reach out. And from our study sessions in the summer, I was calling for an oversight committee. I was calling for a human rights commission or diversity inclusion. But there was a lot of people and a lot of citizens that didn't want it. And I hate the fact that we had to come to this situation to bring that up now. And I want to work together. I think this is a time, an opportunity to work together to build that trust. Because I feel that mistrust. I ain't blind. I see it. So looking forward, I apologize for not acting swifter. I apologize for not being the leader that y'all elected. But at the same time, I want to work together to change public safety. I want to imagine where I don't have to watch my back, or other people have to watch their back. And Talika, if you feel like you're being harassed, I'm sorry. I had no clue. I had no clue. I can't even imagine how that would feel. And so I yield my time.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Seeing no other comments from my colleagues, we usually don't take it, but for this case we are. I am want to say thank you again to all the community members. I see Council Member Benaventura, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. The hard part of public comment is having to remain silent and not, we don't have that back and forth with the members of the public. And I want you to know that I have listened with great interest with all the comments that have been made. The good, the bad, I mean, it's been mostly bad, but I mean, it's just, we are elected to serve, and we have listened. And I cannot tell you enough how much your words, your passion, it has sunk in. And so it's not lost on us. And I wish this had never happened. And I want you to know that we are doing something, that we have deliberated, that we have been thinking, that we have things that we want to do, that we have things that we have done. And so, I mean, it is an issue that has affected all of us. We all live in Daly City. We all are keenly aware of what the country is going through, what our communities are going through, and it's not lost on us. And I want you to know how much I do appreciate it. And I don't think you should think that we don't understand, because we really do. And so I'm not offering excuses or explanations as to why we haven't satisfied everyone's request or desires, but I want you to know that we are working on it, and I'm hoping that we will come together and gain your trust as a community. we've been through stuff before, and it's been difficult many, many times. But I think we as a community and as people with some humanity that care deeply about our people, society, everyone, I think you're going to see that we're trying and that we have tried, and we're just not going to sit on our hands. And so I guess what I'm saying is give us a chance. And your words mean a lot. And I, for one, am never going to forget this evening. And if anything, it's been ingrained in my head and my heart. So thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Benavides. Once again, I want to thank every single person that was here for public comment this evening. And, you know, as you said, we're here to listen to you and hear from you. And so thank you for your time, and we value what each and every one of you have said this evening. And we will, if you all want to continue to reach out, please do so. At this time, we'll be moving on to our regular council meeting as we move up the public comment to the beginning of our agenda. Thank you. We are moving on to the approval of the minutes for April 12, 2021. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve. Second.
Okay, we have a first and second. All in favor say aye.
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 Thank you very much. Moving on to the consent agenda. Are there any items to be pulled from the consent agenda? If none, motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mayor?
Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Yes, I believe it's the authorization, hold on. The one concerning the hotel is number 7.
You'd like to pull item number 7?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Any other items on to be pulled?
No, not at this time. I was going to pull item 8, but I didn't think it was appropriate.
With the exception of item number 7, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda minus item 7.
I have a first, second by Councilmember Sylvester. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you very much. Now we have item number 7, the authorization to rescind the city's offer of the disposition and development agreement for the property located at 1837 Junipero Boulevard. We have a staff. Is it Ms. Mothershead?
I'll report on it, Madam Mayor.
Please do.
Okay, thank you. By way of background on this agenda item, this is a recommendation to City Council that involves the development and disposition agreement for a hotel development at the former redevelopment parcel located at 1837 Junipero Serra Boulevard. The negotiations with the approved developers, Eileen Canta and Christopher Henry, now known as 1837 Junipero Serra Boulevard LLC, started in 2017 when the city marketed the site through the competitive RFQ process. Since then, the city engaged exclusively with the developer an exclusive negotiating agreement in 2018 for the negotiated agreement of a 200-room full-size lifestyle hotel. Years later, the City Council did authorize the approval to enter into a disposition development agreement with 1837 Junipero Serra Hotel Development LLC on November 23rd, 2020. There is a correction in the staff report. It did have a typographical error of 2021. It was actually 2020. With that approval, there was a fully negotiated draft DDA for the execution of the agreement to be within 30 days upon approval of the City Council. Since the execution of the exclusive negotiated agreement 3 years ago, the city did not solicit other development proposals for the property. And to date, the developer has not returned an executed enforceable DDA with its good faith deposit for the enforceability of the agreement. During this time, the city has engaged in multiple negotiations with the council and the developer, expending monetary resources on the exclusive negotiations, which is further documented in the timeline of negotiations incorporated in your staff report. At this time, the staff does recommend that the City Council authorize the rescission of the city's offer to enter into the development agreement with a developer for the city-owned property located at 1837 Junipero Serra Boulevard for the City Council. Staff is available to answer any questions that the council may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zimmerman, for that. Are there any questions at this time from my colleagues?
Not at this time.
My understanding, Madam Mayor, I do believe there is public comment that was provided, so I'm not sure if they are still here.
Okay, Leilani, is there a list of, or who's on the list for public comment for this item? Item number 7, please.
You have Chris Henry here who would like to make a public comment.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Henry.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name, as I said, is Chris Henry. I am CEO of Majestic Hospitality Group. I'm speaking today in complete transparency about the 1837 Junipero Serra Hotel project. On Monday, April 19th, our General Counsel received a written notification from my co-development partner, Eileen Canta of AF Canta, Inc. The notice states Ms. Canta wishes to dissolve the special purpose entity, 1837 Junipero Serra Hotel Development LLC, and no longer wishes to pursue the project jointly with us. This information was surprising and significant news. As you are aware, we previously submitted a term sheet from Equinox Hospitality to provide the equity capital for the hotel's construction. A term sheet has also been provided from Bijal Patel, CEO of Coast Redwood Hospitality and chairman of the California Hotel and Lodging Association, for an equity position in the project to acquire the land. My firm has also committed its own equity resources to the project. The debt financing has been arranged by RLA Capital in New York. You've also received my copy of the executed DDA. Thus, Mr. Patel and I have been prepared for some time with a cashier's check for the good faith deposit on behalf of the special purpose entity per the city's request. Thanks to the packet that was distributed by the city this past Saturday, we're now aware that in late February, Ms. Canta informed the city, perhaps not in so many words, of her plan to oust Majestic from the project. It is important for you to know that while Ms. Canta claimed to have the authority to represent Majestic in her March 8th email to the city attorney, she does not legally speak for or represent Majestic Hospitality Group, its 50% interest in 1837 Junipero Serra Hotel Development LLC, nor for me personally. Since rejecting her half-hearted offer to unceremoniously force me out Her insistence on holding up the process is infuriating, it's insulting, as well as embarrassing for both your city and myself. Regardless of her actions, Majestic has been committed to seeing through the development of a hotel in Daly City since the outset of this exercise. As you debate whether or not to rescind the development agreement because of Ms. Canta's inability to perform, and perhaps her desire to dissolve our special purpose entity, I must remind you that the ENA, which the city of Daly City entered into, was with Majestic Hospitality Group and AF Canta Inc., not with the new special purpose entity. If Ms. Canta wishes to drop out of the ENA for any reason, she is more than welcome to. In the event this causes the city to return the project to a public bid, Majestic is prepared to submit a new bid at the earliest opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment on this, Mr. Henry. Is there any other comments on this item?
Mayor, this is Eileen Canta. I would like to make a comment if that's okay, council members.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Manalo and council members and community members of Daly City. I am here to speak on my behalf, and unfortunately, projects do happen, and your partners, you have disagreements. And I'm not here to bash my former partner, Mr. Henry, whom you just heard speak. I am not in that position. I will not do any bashing of anyone. I am here to represent myself to let you guys know that I've been working on this project for almost 12 years. And Miss Tatum Mothershead will attest to that. I was introduced to this project back in the day by a friend of mine who's a third generation developer in the Bay Area. And I've been courting Miss Mothershead and following up with her. Hey, Miss Tatum, if you're interested, I would like to bid on this project, so on and so forth. We finally got to a point that we had an opportunity to do the request for qualification. And that's when I approached Mr. Henry to partner up with me so we have a strong suit. And then we made it to the next level, request for proposal. Then we won the project for the hotel development. Unfortunately, things happen. We have disagreements. That's the reason why I did not sign the DDA. It's got nothing to do that I went against him. I am here. I still want to do the development, but unfortunately, not with the same partners. I'm here to present myself, and I do have the money to go move forward with the project. I don't need to, I still want to be part of the community as part Filipino and American, and I am here to continue the legacy. I'm not here to bash anyone. I want to give jobs to the community, and I still want the opportunity to build a hotel for Daly City. I've worked on this way too long, and I'm not here to step down. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Are you going to call on people to make public comment, or are we supposed to just speak?
So I think there's a list. One moment, Ms. Brennan. So I think there's a list. Leilani, is there a list of hands according to the time?
There have been hands raised. I'm going to actually lower all hands. And if you have, if you would like to speak on this item, please raise your hands again and we will go through for public comment. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Brennan.
Thank you. I'm speaking because I contacted the city manager's office today and also the city clerk and requested that agenda item 8 be pulled off consent. I probably made about 6 phone calls to try to ask in advance if item 8 could be pulled off consent so I can make a public comment. And then when you went to the consent calendar, I lost my internet connection. As soon as I got back on, I didn't hear a request for the public to pull things off consent. So I don't know if I missed that or if that didn't happen, but I just want to remind everybody that anyone can pull an item off consent, not just the council, but the public can also pull items off consent. So if I could please, after all my efforts, get item 8 pulled off consent, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Brennan, that's fine. After this item, we'll make a motion to pull the item 8. And thank you for that clarification. And so,
thank you.
You're welcome. With the exception of, I think at this point we would also pull item number 8, the acknowledgement and affirmation of City of Daly City's diversity, equity, and inclusion statement. And so that'll be forthcoming.
Thank you.
And so at this point, are there any questions for my colleagues in regards to item number 7?
Mayor, I think we might have Russell Lee, who raised his hand for this item.
Okay, Mr. Lee.
Hi, I just want to say, why did everybody just move on? I'm sorry, like, this is not about the hotel, but like, procedure shouldn't go over humanity. That's my comment on the hotel.
Yeah, like y'all are out here apologizing but not actually doing shit. And the family just asked for one thing, you know, to like release the name.
We're on item number 7 at the moment, and if there's anything in relation to item number 7, that's what the comment period is for. Are there any questions from my colleagues at this time? Seeing no comments from my colleagues, okay. Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the comments from Mr. Henry and also Ms. Canta. In regards to Ms. Canta, thank you for providing us a history as to how much you desire this project. I do realize that disagreements will come about, but it's my thinking that we should ensure a fair process, and I'll defer to the city attorney. I would recommend to afford everyone fair and equal opportunity. I'm so sorry. We've been waiting a long time for this project, and we really want this project. And I would defer to the city attorney to advise if we would have to go back and rebid this project. And I think that would be the fair way for everyone involved. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Sylvester, on that comment. Any other comments from my colleagues regarding this item? Seeing no other comments on this, is there a motion to adopt the item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make the motion that we go ahead and rescind the agreement 1837 Juniper Sierra.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Sylvester on item number 7. Do I have a second? No second? Okay. There's no second. The motion will fail.
I think that Councilmember Brennan is I am here.
Yeah, I said
Oh.
second.
I think, yeah, okay.
I didn't hear the second. Thank you. So We have a second by Councilmember Buenaventura in regards to this, and since the item is pulled, we have a roll call, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Ms. DiGiovanni, Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye, thank you very much. Moving on to item number 8, the acknowledgement and affirmation of the City of Daly City's diversity, equity, and inclusion statement, and provide diversity, equity, inclusion training for elected officials, board members, commissioners, and committee members.
If I may, Madam Mayor, through the mayor, this item had already been voted on as a consent agenda item, and notwithstanding there was a public comment that probably should be heard before the actual vote. So I would request that we reconsider this item to take the public comment and re-vote on the item.
Okay, let's move on with that. So can we have Ms. Brennan for public comment?
Thank you. So I wanted to take this item off the consent calendar because I think it's important. And I wanted to read sort of the meat of what's being put forth here, which is regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it says here it's specific to training elected officials, board members, commissioners, and committee members with the City of Daly City. So I'm going to read from this document that was attached to your packet. The City of Daly City is committed to maintaining a culture of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We are dedicated to a non-discriminatory approach and to provide equal opportunity for all. We recognize an individual's unique experiences, perspectives, and viewpoints, add value to our ability to create and deliver the best possible services to our community. And this is going to be something that you will all be living by, which seems like a really good thing to strive for. However, I don't think we've seen that based on the comments that were heard here tonight. And I would suggest that the first thing that the City Council could do to be consistent with this language is to move public comment to the beginning of every City Council meeting. That is absolutely the least you can do to be public serving, to show that you care about diversity, to show that you care about equity, and to actually provide inclusion instead of exclusion.
Ms. Brennan, Ms. Brennan, your 2 minutes has expired.
So I just wanted to thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brennan. Are there any other public comment? I see Ms. Jefferson.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to say that the fact that I was just unmuted when y'all said that you were gonna change and hold yourself accountable. I mean, literally you could cancel this right now and hold space for the community to talk to you right now, but you're not doing shit. This is why everybody was shaking their heads when you were giving your fake ass apologies. Like, you could literally do something right now. Do it right now. All of us are here. You think all of us want to be awake and like on the Zoom meeting at 11:25 p.m. on a weekday? Come on. Come on. Care about our compassion for this issue and stand up for what, like, bullshit apologies you just gave. Really out here talking about hotels. I can't with you.
Okay, so if there's no other comments on this item, I entertain a motion to approve item number 8.
Madam Mayor, I just have a quick question. First of all, I just want to know that we discussed this, so people know during when we did our goal setting, to give a little background to people. So it was something that was put on the thing. I believe that was part of our discussion. So it's just, that was part of what is tonight. And also regarding to the training, I guess that is set forth in part of a policy. Is that what we're going to do, Madam Mayor? Is it because we do the AB 1, 2, 3, 4 as elected officials, which deals with discrimination? I know that we take that on an annual basis on ourselves. But beyond that, yes. Are we going to make this an annual, or do we need to be more detailed now, or just make the statement and approve this and then go forward?
I'm not understanding your question.
No, because it says here that about the training in the statement. So I know currently as elected officials that we're supposed to do the AB 1, 2, 3, 4, which deals with discrimination, which is mandatory for us. So beyond that, for as elected officials, and we're grouped in with the commissioners and the committees, will that be set forth in more detail as we move along as part of a policy, or?
And maybe Ms. Maltby can answer that.
Sorry for the question. I just want to make sure.
I think it would be helpful. We have our HR director, Natalie Sakal here. She was prepared to go over the report and how it came about. So it may just be helpful for Ms. Sakal to go over that if you would wish, Madam Mayor.
Please, Ms. Sakal, provide the presentation.
Thank you, Natalie.
No problem. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. Before you this evening is the resolution to acknowledge and affirm the City of Daly City's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Statement and authorize the City of Daly City to provide all elected officials, board members, commissioners, and committee members with the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion training. As background, throughout 2020 and 21, issues of racial equity have been brought to the forefront of local and national discussion. On April 13, 2020, the City Council adopted a resolution denouncing stigmatization, hateful racism, and xenophobia during the COVID pandemic. During the recent City Council retreat and town hall meeting on March 15th, the City Council identified this training as one of their priorities for elected officials, board members, commissioners, and committee members to participate in. The Diversity, Equity, Inclusion training will be administered through a vendor partner with the County of San Mateo's learning management system. They provide trainings ranging over topics relating to ethics and compliance, respect and workplace harassment, and diversity, equity, and inclusion. The training will be available to implement in a few weeks for all elected officials, board members, commissioners, and committee members. All Daly City employees have fulfilled the mandated biannual anti-harassment training for 2020, and we are in the meet and confer process with all labor groups to include this additional diversity, equity, and inclusion training requirement as part of our updated harassment policy. Upon completion of the meet and confer process, we will provide a resolution for confirming this training for city employees, and staff is available to provide any additional information to the mayor and council members.
Okay, so through the mayor, Ms. Sakal, that was my point. We also, as elected officials, we take the training biannual AB 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know if it's the same training, but we are required to take that along with the ethics. But the AB 1, 2, 3, 4 is the state, which is the discrimination, and it goes into harassment and all that. We do that at our workshops. Is that the same thing? Is that repetitive for the elected official part? Because we're required to take ours biannually as well, just like the city staff does.
For the elected officials part, I'm not sure if the city attorney can weigh in on how often that should be completed.
Yes, so the required state training that is required biannually, this is in addition to it. This is additional training that is a little bit more of a scoping. It's scoped out to deal with diversity, equity, and inclusion. So the discrimination anti-harassment training is separate. So this is, if the council were to approve and adopt it, this is in addition to that. In my understanding, it is an annual. Is that my understanding? Is that, I don't know how often it is, but I think that they are required to have it.
Okay, and then also my question was, the commissions, because they're volunteers, are we requiring them to take this?
Yes.
Okay, so we're making this mandatory for the commissioners.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think
I just didn't know
commissioners,
if you can make elected official mandatory and separate, put them in the same basket together with commissioners and committee. I didn't know you could put those elected officials together in one together to require an elected officials.
What is your question, Pam?
so I believe it does include elected officials, board members, commissioners, and committee members.
Right. No, I was just wondering if, remember when we did the like salary raises or whatever, we separated the elected officials from other people? Like there's certain rules that are different for elected officials than there are for commissioners or those are volunteers.
Yeah, I think the premise of this is that everyone gets the training.
Okay.
across the
Okay,
board.
yeah, I support it. I just wanted a little clarification on it. Okay, thank you, Rose. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you. It's getting late. That's probably why.
I see council member
11:30.
Council member Sylvester.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As per Council Member Giovanni, AB 1234, we are obligated as elected officials to obtain that training at a minimum of every 2 years. This item number 8, as the city attorney made mention, brings to more scoping towards specific areas other than harassment and discrimination, which I think is a good thing. However, I think having to do it on an annual basis might be a little excessive. If anything, I'd like to make the recommendation that it's paired similar with AB 1234, and that we do it on a every 2-year basis. And I noticed a typographical error. If we look at background discussion paragraph, it says all current and newly elected official board members, commissioners, and committee members with be provided with the diversity.
Yes.
I think it should be changed to will be provided with the diversity, equity, and inclusion statement. And other than that, that's all I have. Thank you so much.
I support the biannual.
Are there any other comments? I hear that there's a commentary to in regards to the frequency.
Mayor, I would like to make a comment. I think given what people have talked about, we need to talk about this. If it needs to be talked about every year, every day, I think we need to understand what the integrity of this of agenda item number 8, because it's not just a bullet point that we just check off and be like, done, diversity, but what are we doing in terms of like real transformation? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for that. You know, I think it was brought to the forefront also, I think, from the lens of looking at ways to see if there was implicit bias training. I remember that was kind of how it was brought forth, and wanting to know how it shifted to the diversity and equity training in that respect.
Mayor, it looks like we have one hand raised for this item.
Okay, Mr. Ali.
Thank you. With all due respect, I'm a little surprised that a couple council members asked questions about this but they're not asking anything about what happened with Roger Allen. One council person in particular, because I know they like to talk about gun violence. So I'm wondering why that council person has not said one thing about what happened to Roger Allen. And I think it's relevant to this item because when you're talking about harassment, this was a case of police harassment.
Since we're not allowed to answer any public comments because of the Brown Act.
Well, what about when the other council people were interviewed by the newspaper and they made their comments and they've spoken tonight and at the last meeting, but we haven't heard anything from you. Not one thing at all. Come on, Ms. Giovanni, please say something.
That's not item number 7, so I can't respond.
We're talking about harassment. And you had a lot of questions about it, but we haven't heard any question or any statement about the most important thing that's happened in this city for 2 weeks.
Acknowledging his name is way more important than some stupid policy you're trying to follow right now. Sorry, Shaquille. Go on.
I'm just trying to follow the agenda for the city council on this agenda item.
How is this not related? How is
Act.
this not related to your lack of training, to your race?
So at this point, we're on this item. And I think we already had comments from Mr. Ali. And after, I don't know your name. And so I am gonna go with Jazz, Mr. Lee, and then at this moment. And then Viv, and then I'm closing the item on this.
They're gonna have you speak?
I mean, so I think, well, not even what I think, but it's very disrespectful. Like, fuck the rest of the agenda. You know, you guys know, like, you guys already knew people were going to be on here tonight talking to you about this. And Pam, for you to just be sitting there asking questions about that and you guys' salary and all that, like, man, screw that. Like, release the names. You heard the family. They couldn't even get on this meeting today. That's why we're all still on here. And we're going to stay on here all night. I hope you guys understand that we're not getting off. And it's not just this meeting. So release the names. And at this point, it's already too late for apologies and for you guys to act like it's woosah, like you guys are, you know, talking like you guys are not grassroots community organizers. You guys are city council members. You chose to get into that position. So like, and it's 2021, like we're not in the same space. We're not. And you lost the trust of the community. And that's just as simple as that. You lost the trust of this community. Release the names. I really don't have nothing else to say because I'm just so upset of how you guys treated the family. That is really what I'm upset about. And you guys are not sorry. The first thing you guys have to say is about yourselves. Like, oh, I spoke to the family, everything like that. They're grieving. And you're over there coming at them like, oh, why did they message you? Or why they owe you a response? Hella elitist. Like, you think just because you're in that position that you deserve respect from the community? That has to be earned. I've been doing this for years, and it's like, and for fighting for my friend that was killed 8 years ago in San Mateo County, and the same DA, take care of that. I'm not asking for reform. We're not asking for that anymore. There's going to be a lot more after this. This is just the start. Release the names. That's just the beginning right now. And we're going to be on here till their names are released.
I have Mr. Lee next.
Hi, I just want to say that there's no amount of diversity and inclusion and implicit bias training that's going to fix any of the things that you really want to fix. Like, that's not going to fix over policing. That's not going to fix, harassment by Karens of like Black and brown people, like in majority white neighborhoods. Like, you need to start with the school systems. You need to desegregate a lot of Daly City's neighborhoods. You need to change a lot of things about how things are structured in Daly City. And yeah, that's like all I have to say about that. And I just want to say, yeah, it was disrespectful how you treated the family. It was disrespectful how you treated all of the community members who came out and poured out their heart, like their experiences, their traumas. And if like you're the elected officials that we have to, listen to about like diversity and inclusion, and you can't even, offer up the space for, POC, BIPOC, like people who have like experienced like hell of a lot more than, like what people give them, like their dues for. And that's just it's just performative, like people have been saying. And diversity, inclusion, and implicit bias training ain't it. Thank you.
So at this time, I think the next person is Viv, and I just want to advise the public to be on the item and on the item that is on the docket. Thank you very much. Viv, and then
Hi, I'm going to stay on this item because you have repeatedly said that, but it is tied exactly to what the community is saying, okay? So let me stay on this item so that you can't say that I'm not staying on this item. I mentioned earlier when I introduced myself that I am an educator. I'm also a professor, and I teach anti-oppression and anti-racism practice to my students, okay? So when you're talking about this item and how you're going to train the elected officials as well as the volunteers for the Daly City for diversity, equity, inclusion, and then you're arguing about where the funding is going, should it be once every 2 years, should it be once a year? I'm here to tell you that once a year is still not enough. Okay, this type of work that I lead my students with, that I lead my graduate students with, that I also lead my children when I work in the public education system with, is daily work. And daily work is not just about lip service of diversity. It is also about abolitionist practices, about liberationist practices. And that is the real work. Part of that practice is restorative justice, of which nothing tonight shows any understanding, that none of you guys even have begun to understand the surface of what restorative justice is. Additionally, restorative justice is always tied to community work, which means everyone here tonight who has come and shown up as representatives of different communities, of different community organizations, of different community organizers, y'all aren't working with them. So clearly this once every 2 year diversity thing that you guys are going to is not sufficient. In fact, whatever you guys are considering right now, once every 2 years, once a year, not sufficient. Needs to be daily work, and it needs to be working with the community, and it needs to be abolitionist work, and it needs to be liberationist work, not just surface value, band-aid ass bullshit of diversity. That's not enough.
If I may, through the mayor, I realize that there are several public comments, and I just do want to remind the public that the public has spoken in regards to the general public comment period, and we do have a council meeting that we do need to run. And so please respect that these comments need to be limited to the item that is agendized. Any comments outside of that is not relevant to the item. I'm just as advice. I mean, we did have the public comment period with respect to the entire public comment, but this is a council meeting with other agenda items that the council does need to run their business.
Thank you, Ms. Zimmerman. On this item, I don't know who Justice now is. You have to please put your name because I won't be able to call you. So there's three last persons on this item, Nick Achapinti and then Tina. And I think Jazz, I think you spoke on this item already.
Yeah, as a public official, I understand the concern in terms of respecting the public process and agendas and meetings. I understand that diversity and inclusion are important to all these processes. With all due respect, a meeting like tonight's takes precedent over other agenda items. It is nearing midnight. The community has been here in numbers, over 70 people still on this call, on this meeting. I will ask that in the interest of diversity and inclusion, in the spirit of fighting for these things in our community, that one, this item isn't sufficient to address a lot of the issues, but should be relevant to what we're talking about tonight. And I respect for everything that has been said today. There's a time and place for everything, but tonight is a night that we should be respecting the space that the community has provided for the city council to address this issue fully. And I'll ask that the city council as a whole respect that, cancel the entire agenda and address the immediate demands and asks of the community tonight. Not just in the interest of the community as people in the council might see it, but in the interest of our entire community, including yourself. I feel like this is one of the things we've been trying to repeat over and over again. We shouldn't have to say it, but we will say it. And I say that with full respect in looking for that leadership from this council. I say that out of the expectation that if we're looking at diversity and inclusion, that we're looking to civil and human rights that we are all fighting for, because that is our job, it's our sworn oath. And I'll ask that this meeting conclude with addressing the releasing of the names and addressing justice for Roger Allen. Thank you.
The next person I have is Tina.
Yeah. Hi. Oh, wow. Hold on. I just wanted to say that I think it's really incredible that you don't think this is related to equity, diversity, and inclusion. And Nick also hit on a lot of points that I was going to say. So thanks, Nick. But I don't see how, when you talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, the idea or the fact that a Black man was killed by the police is not on the table. I think diversity, equity, and inclusion to me is making sure that all of us are able to live. All of us are able to be taken care of by our city council members, by our politicians, by our government. How are we supposed to? You guys are funding educating yourself, and you don't even take care of the community. You're not listening to the community. Again, we've been here for 4 hours. Like, I don't even know. It feels like 4 hours, and you're keep on telling us to stay on the agenda item, and you don't even realize all of this is related. It's just incredible. We like equity, diversity, inclusion. Why aren't we talking about like the health, the mental health, the collective trauma we all are experiencing right now? All of us are here too, by the way. We don't have to do this. We could just be in the streets and be burning shit down, but we're here talking to you right now. Take advantage of that. Take advantage of the fact that we've come to you, to your doorstep, to talk to you, and y'all are not taking advantage of that. Y'all are not talking to us. Y'all are not like working together with us. We're here right now. Like, your stupid agenda doesn't matter right now. It doesn't. Like, I'm sorry. There's a time and place for policy. I get it. I work in social services. I get it. Like, you have to follow policy, but there is a time and place where you stop listening to that. Okay, so Rose or whatever, like everything Viv said was like on point with equity, diversity, and inclusion. So I wanted to also add that. But yeah, just address the community, respect the fact the family came to talk to you. They came to talk to you and educate you about how they're feeling. You need to respect that. You need to be so thankful. You need to be on your knees thankful for that. Jesus.
Okay, I think the next person I have is, well, it'll be Renee, and then I need to have the name. Thank you.
Hi, yeah, on the topic of equity and diversity and inclusion, I just wanted to talk about, anti-Black racism within the community and how that is tied to exactly what's happening with Roger Allen, the death of Roger Allen, and it's perpetuated by our government and the policing system that's here. And I also just wanted to say, you all keep commenting about how like we're taking up the space that's reserved for this other meeting. This should have been a special meeting. This should have been an emergency meeting to just specifically address this topic, but nobody mentioned this. Everyone's trying to sweep this under the rug, so nobody can focus on that. And we have to make our voices heard in this way. And yes, it does tie in with everything that we're talking about. You want to talk anything, you want to talk about city planning, you want to talk about safety, you want to talk about public health. All of this stuff does tie into this, because if this can happen in the community and there's no accountability and there's no response, especially from you all that are elected officials, that our tax dollars pay, that you're supposed to be speaking for us and hold us accountable, then what are we supposed to do? There's still nothing happening. We're repeatedly asking you again and again to take some action. It's not going to take that much effort to release the names. That was specifically what the family came on here to ask for. They are grieving. They are grieving in the midst of their grief. How would you feel if you were in the midst of your grief because your family member was unlawfully killed? And you're coming to a city council meeting to have to speak about it and try to demand for some transparency? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. You all need to do better.
The next person we have is Jazz.
Mayor, she has already spoken.
Okay, and thank you very much for that. I have a hand raised, but I need to know. So if there's no name, I'll be moving on. Thank you very much. Okay, no more public comment on this item. At this point, is there a motion to adopt item number 8?
Motion to adopt.
I'll second that
Yep.
motion with a clarification if it's going to be yearly or every 2 years.
I guess that's up for discussion. I mean, I know there was a recommendation for doing it every 2 years. I think we need to have a consensus before moving. If there's any more discussion, I mean, I thought it would be annually. Anyone else want to chime in?
Madam City Attorney, could you call the question or Natalie as to what was the premise for this particular resolution? Was it for a year or every 2 years?
Go ahead, Natalie. I can speak to the employee required training, which is biannual. If the city attorney would like to speak on elected trainings. So, in reviewing the staff report, it did not indicate exactly how often we would have the training. But Councilmember DiGiovanni is correct that the elected officials currently have a biannual, every 2 years, every 2-year training. So that, it's the council's prerogative as to how often they want to have this training. But if you want to have it as consistent with the employees or consistent with the elected officials, we are open to that. Natalie, you mentioned that the employees are biannual?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So I take biannual, does that mean twice a year or every 2 years?
That's every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
Ah, okay. Well, there's a motion on the floor, and I'll defer to the maker of the motion if you would like to a friendly amendment to have it every 2 years, and I'd be willing to second that.
Yeah, that's consistent with the employees, so.
Okay.
For clarification, and that's also consistent with elected officials training under AB 1234, at least every 2 years. So with that said, I'm calling the question made by my colleague, and I'm willing to second that motion.
Okay, there's a first with Councilmember Bonaventura, second by Councilmember Sylvester, with a friendly amendment. May we have roll call, please?
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Ms. DiGiovanni, Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
and
Thank
Ms. DiGiovanni. I didn't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're now moving on to our public hearings. At this time, the city's HUD consolidated one-year action plan for fiscal year 2021 to 2022. We have Ms. Sobel here to present. And then we'll open it up for the hearing.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Before you tonight is the HUD action plan for fiscal year 21-22, which describes how the city will use its federal housing and community development funds for the fiscal year that begins July 1. Our community development block grant allocation for 21-22 will be $1,061,523, which represents about a 1.2% decrease compared to the current fiscal year. Combined with projected loan repayment revenue and unspent funds from the current year, we will have a total of about $1.6 million in available CDBG funds for 21-22. The action plan, approved by the City Council and submitted to HUD, is required as a condition of receiving this funding. A summary of the 21-22 CDBG funding recommendations are shown as Exhibit A to your staff report, and I will summarize. The draft action plan envisions a total of $223,570 for program administration. This includes funding for staff, consultants, and various office expenses associated with administration of the CDBG program. It includes staff time spent on community needs analysis, preparation of annual planning documents, administration of funding pursuant to federal regulations, and preparation of various reports to HUD. The draft plan shows an allocation of $490,000 for housing activities, and this includes funding for the city's housing rehab program, as well as funding for 2 minor home repair programs carried out by nonprofit organizations, Rebuilding Together and Center for Independence of Individuals with Disabilities. In the capital projects category, the plan envisions $804,824 for 2 activities: principal and interest payments on the city's Section 108 loan that was executed in 2001 in order to finance construction of the Bayshore Community Center, and funding for sidewalk wheelchair ramps to be carried out by the Public Works Department. Finally, the plan envisions $77,000 for public services. 4 organizations would receive funding: Life Moves, Legal Aid, and Peninsula Family Service, and Project READ. In addition to CDBG, the action plan describes how the city will utilize federal home funds. In 2021-22, the city will receive an allocation of $389,735 in federal home funds. This is about 2.4% more than what we received this year. Home funds are provided by the federal government specifically for affordable housing development. The draft action plan recommends that these funds be allocated to program administration and to support the development of affordable rental housing. Combined with prior year's unspent home funds, we should have about $895,000 in available home funds, which could be allocated to one or more of the affordable housing developments currently in the pipeline in Daly City. For 21-22, staff recommends that home funds be made available for new affordable housing development, and staff will present a specific funding request when a project is identified. As for public comments, we have provided various opportunities for community input on the plan. A summary of the action plan, as well as notice of tonight's hearing, was published in the Examiner, and the draft plan has been made available on the city's website and also in libraries and community centers and City Hall, as well as a mailing to a wide variety of community organizations throughout the county. To date, we have not received any comments. And at this time, we are requesting that you conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution regarding the city's one-year HUD action plan for fiscal year 21-22. And I'm available to provide additional information desired by the mayor or council members.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Ms. Sobel. And at this time, if there are no questions from my colleagues, I will open up the public hearing. No comments. Can I have a motion to open a public hearing? And I'll motion to open the public hearing. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. At this point, the public hearing is open, and are there any comments or public comments for this item? Please put your names on your Zoom, and I'll be able to address you. Thank you very much. Okay, Renee? Renee, you have the floor.
Hi, I just wanted to say that affordable housing is extremely important. Also, we need to specify low-income housing because affordable housing in the Bay Area is a joke. I also wanted to say that low-income housing is also a move towards abolition. And as we move more towards abolition, we can divest more from the police and prevent future instances like that which happened with Roger Allen that we still have yet to get any resolve from tonight from you all.
Okay, thank you, Renee. And the other hand up, if I can have your name, please. If not, are there any other questions from my colleagues? During this time, I don't see any other hands up. So I see Councilmember Buenaventura.
No, I don't have any questions.
Oh, you unmuted. Okay. So is there a adoption for the city's HUD consolidated one-year action plan or at this time? Oh, Councilmember Sylvester, have any questions for staff?
No, Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we move forward for public comment so that we can
Deliberate, yes.
move forward with the funding for the various CDBG grant allocations as listed in the report.
Okay, so do I have a motion to close public hearing? Oh, I think that was you, Councilmember Sylvester. So do I have a second for Councilmember Sylvester to close the hearing, please? I just need a second.
Second.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, the hearing is closed. Now, if there's any questions or comments prior to voting on this item. I do have a question. So Ms. Sobel, in regards to the funding allocations and how the housing piece of it, is this the funding allocation that would allow more resources towards the renters assistance?
No, the action plan does not deal with the emergency COVID-19 rental assistance. The potential for additional funding for that, we'll be talking with the committee about hopefully within the next week, because we do have a special allocation of CDBG CB3. And emergency rental assistance is one of the potential uses of that. We'll be talking to the committee about that hopefully within the next week or so.
Okay.
It's a different pot of funding, not referenced in this document that you're considering tonight.
Okay, thank you for taking down the pipeline in regards to renters assistance. I appreciate it. Okay, if there's no other questions, I move to approve the city's HUD consolidated one-year action plan for fiscal year 2021-2022. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Buenaventura. May we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
Len Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I noticed, I didn't know, do we usually have a thing where we have to vote on continuing the past midnight?
I'm sorry?
Do we usually have I know that there was a time where we go past and then we would have to vote on it, because we continue the items past midnight, or do we continue the items that are on the agenda, we move them to another meeting?
I mean, we can. I mean, that's a possibility. I would ask my colleagues at this moment, and it would have to move through a consensus in regards to moving the items to another meeting that we have on the docket. So I would ask my colleagues if to get a pulse. Do you want to continue on to item to the end of the agenda, or do we want to reconvene?
I think we should continue this meeting till tomorrow. I don't really see us being able to finish the rest of the items at a reasonable hour. It's already late, and I think the last time we had a meeting, we adjourned at 1 a.m. and we didn't finish it, and we had to go to the next day. So if everyone is available tomorrow, whatever time in the evening, as we usually have meetings. I know that we might have some board meetings on a Tuesday, but I don't think that's true for tomorrow, but I'll defer.
We have Recreation Commission at 7 p.m. Councilmember Buenaventura.
Okay.
If I may intervene, I believe out of courtesy to those whose item is on the agenda, if we can get a pulse, if they are still online, and at least, obtain that information, and then we can make a decision.
Yeah, I mean, the next items that we have on the agenda is reach codes. Then the design review for a new retail office building on 205 San Pedro Road. And then also the subdivision of mixed use buildings. I mean, I think that's what we have on here. Well, and then item number 13. So are there folks on here? Feel free to just raise your hand if you're still here for your item.
Mayor, it looks like we do have staff and consultant on the call.
Staff and the applicants for the planning items are all here.
Okay.
Building division is here as well.
Madam Mayor, I do know the people that were going to speak on the reach items, they had to go.
Okay. Thank you. So maybe what we can do is move on to the items with folks that are here still for their particular item, and or the other option is what we talked about, is continuing tomorrow or another date. So I think those are the two options we have at hand to continue on with our agenda. I think except for item number 10, because people have left for item number 10.
Staff and consultants are here. Councilmember Di Giovanni, are you referring to public comment regarding it?
Yes, I am. They are gone. They have to, yeah.
We're still here, ma'am.
Oh, that's for your item, right?
Item 10.
Okay. So we can. So at this point, what I do want to ask is, how do my colleagues feel with continuing the meeting to another date or keep moving along? I need a consensus.
Another day.
I understand that they're here, but even if they're here, the item I think is going to take a while, and so I think the question should be: are they available to come tomorrow or another day? But I just think even if they're here, it's still going to take a while, and so I would like to give it the time that they're going to need rather than, you know, rush through it or something because we're all tired.
Okay, so maybe what we'll do is ask first and foremost is the availability of people for tomorrow. Will folks be available tomorrow if we reconvene? We'll start off with reach codes.
Yeah, I will be available tomorrow, but we also have Farhad that will be doing a presentation.
Good evening, Council. This is Farhad Farma with TRC. I can be available tomorrow night as well.
This is Rafael Reyes, so I'm also available tomorrow night.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reyes. Okay, so I think they're available for reach codes, but how about with my colleagues? Are you guys all available?
I'm available at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, okay. I see a nod by Councilmember Di Giovanni. Councilmember Sylvester? Okay. Vice Mayor. Oh, I think he's off the call right now. So I guess we'll have to wait until he comes back on. I think he had lost internet connection.
Oh, no.
Okay, so we'll move on to the item number 11, the folks for design review DR 717. Will you be available tomorrow evening if we continue?
Madam Mayor, Mark Kudak, I'm the attorney for the applicant. I will make myself available, provided that our architect is available. And I think we lost him. I saw him get off the call just a little bit. So I do think it would be better to continue. It's been a long and an emotional meeting for all of you. And maybe a fresh start tomorrow evening would be in everyone's best interest.
Okay, Mr. Hodek, so you'll be available. Thank you for that. And how about for item number 12? Subdivision for the mixed-use apartment building on Goth and Mission.
Mary Tom.
Ms. Tom?
No, she's still here. Hold on.
Here.
Stephen, are you here?
Steve Antonaris.
Yes, I could be available, and I probably Mary would also.
Thank you very much. I think that's pretty much it because, oh wait, one last item. I think that's staff for the, so I think we'll motion, wait, Dr. Rod, we need to know from Vice Mayor if he's available tomorrow.
I'm available tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, so we will move to adjourn and continue items on the agenda at 5 p.m. And staff can send out the following Zoom link. Okay, so thank you everyone for your patience, and thank you everyone for your time. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you.